Welcome to the Pensacola City Council Committee of the Whole. Today we start off with the Boyd Forum. There should be some yellow slips of paper in the back. It gives you an opportunity to get up and speak for 1 minute. It's generally meant for you to let us know if there's a pothole that hadn't been corrected in 2 months and you want something done now, something good that the council's doing, or some general complaint. Otherwise, if it's an agenda item, please just wait until that comes up on the agenda to speak to that. Okay. Do we have any slips? Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. First item of business is council executive, and I'd like to introduce Ms. Sandra Smith from Landrum Agency. And Ms. Kuchera, would you like to sit with her? And she's going to explain the process to you. Before you are the 5 resumes. 4 of them have already been evaluated, and there's one over on the left-hand side where the evaluation process is still ongoing. They're from out of town, still have to get the results of the drug screening and also the final evaluation on the testing that we require. And with that, Ms. Smith.
Is this on?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. So I wanted to share with you today our standard procedures for identifying a candidate for job descriptions we receive at Landrum. The first step is to receive a job description from the client, which we did, from the city. We signed a contract on July 12, 2012. The signature for the contract was William H. Reynolds, City Administrator. We posted the job on the Landrum Staffing website, Career Builder, and we ran an ad 3 times in the Pensacola News Journal. The closing date to receive resumes was July 23rd at 5 p.m. Interested candidates emailed their resume or called the Landrum HR manager listed in the advertisement. Resumes were reviewed by the Human Resource Manager and the contract team. Candidates that were a close match to the job description received additional screenings and were interviewed by an HR specialist and the Human Resource Manager. Qualified candidates that were then screened using the candidate assessment tool. And we had top 6 candidates, but we had 1 person withdraw before today. So we presented to you our top 5 candidates, and the 1 person that was mentioned by President Sam Hall lives out of town, so we contract with a lab to do the drug screening in the vicinity of where that person lives, and we're waiting for that result and the final score on the assessment. I told President Hall that we would have all the final results by Thursday morning. So do you have any questions?
Well, if you would, just pick out any resume at random here and go to the last page to get be able to see an evaluation sheet. Could you go to just one of those sheets and explain what the different numbers mean? I see that there's some that are, you've got 3 digits highlighted in blue. Some of them are enlarged, and then others are done in yellow. And if you could just explain what each one of those means.
Well, the center of the graph would be the mean, would be the middle of the evaluation process. This process evaluates thinking style, behavioral traits, and interest as they apply to the job description. So to break each category down, I don't have the information to do that with you today, but if you can see in the first category, we were looking at learning index, and that's a very high score for a person that I'm looking at. It would be to the left, it was if it were a lower score, since the mean would be 5 in the middle. And then verbal skill, verbal reasoning, numerical ability, and numeric reasoning. So you're able to see the evaluation on each person for the category they were assessed in.
May I just ask, so 1 is not good and 10 is outstanding?
Yeah.
And then the bigger number is what they scored, and in some cases it's yellow because it's outside whatever our targeted range was?
That sounds appropriate.
Okay.
And then the thinking style, the percentage of match is to the job description that you gave us. The assessment was created using the job description that we received. This is the same assessment that you used earlier in the year for candidates that you had at that time.
So if you have somebody that's an 8 and that's outside of that normal range, that would be even better.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
It's a very good tool for assessing someone for the job description. Any other questions?
Is there, as HR, do you rate one of these any more highly than another? For example, the thinking style, the person I'm looking at here is a 94% match, behavioral traits 84%, and interest 87. Should they just be looked at totally separately, or is there a way of compiling that into being an overall ideal candidate?
The overall job match is at the very top of the graph. If you'll see under summary graph.
I see, yes, okay.
Right there in the middle, it gives you the
Right.
overall job match.
Okay, yes, thanks for pointing that out. So that's really key.
And then if you want to break it down and you want to compare candidates for each category, you can do that. Like you could take behavioral traits as they match the job description and look at everyone's behavioral traits to see what the percentage score was in that category.
Okay.
But as you understand, this was not the final evaluation. These people had to be drug screened, criminal background check, professional references, motor vehicle verification, college verification. So we do these assessments on all of the candidates we place. The only assessment that we don't do for the majority of our orders we receive would be the assessment tool. That is used for positions that are of a higher level when the client wants to contract and pay separate and have that assessment tool administered.
Okay, committee, Mr. Wu, Dr. Wu.
I just had a curiosity question in looking at some of these, and I pulled two at random. And one of them, for example, I pulled out a person that had been manager of a theater. And I'm looking at that person's score is 94 and 87. And then I pulled out one that...
To answer that, you have to look at the overall resume.
Right.
You know, you could have yourself. The
Right.
first job you had in your career could have been managing a theater or
Right.
a busboy in a restaurant. You
But-
have to look at the most current activities as to the
Right.
job description.
Well, I'm comparing that to a person who was a state representative, and the numbers are 94 for the theater person, 83 for the state rep, behavioral traits 87 versus 56 for the state representative. And I can't imagine somebody who's been in the House of Representative not having better marks than somebody who had managed a theater and a hotel.
Disagree.
Well, I can't speak to that.
Says something about elected officials.
Yeah, and the manageability points are interesting.
Maybe this test should have been given to everybody.
Just one, Mr. President, just one brief comment, and it appears to me that the more we advertise for this position, the quality of applicants is going in the opposite direction. That's my opinion. And I was on the committee where I originally reviewed the first 40 resumes, and it just appears that the choices are diminishing. And I guess the more we advertise and and search, then those quality individuals who may have been interested are sort of not applying. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Can I respond?
Yes, ma'am.
I don't know if I agree, because somebody who's been in the Florida House of Representatives, I don't know, to me, is a step down. I think it's definitely a step up.
Well, I was just wondering if we could have clarification about what we do next. Are we going to put this all in the hands of Landrum? They're going to take the number one score and give them an offer, or is it something that we need to decide amongst ourselves?
That's something that we need to decide now. And what I was wanting to do is ask for council's permission to interview these candidates, myself, and pick the top one or two, and then allow council to interview them themselves.
I think that would be a good direction.
Ms. Myers?
I don't know that I agree with that approach or not. I mean, I would like to interview these candidates also.
Okay.
I think there should be more than one person doing that. And I'm willing to do
Well,
it.
just in case you think that I would be playing any kind of favorites here, what I talked to Ms. Smith about it today is, without even looking at names, and when we get the fifth one complete, is to take the two top, and if you look at that score up there, that very top score, is start with the top two of those on that score and interview them, and then set up interviews with council. So it's not like Sam Hall is going to be out here picking his next door neighbor just because he or she needs a job.
Well, I don't think that, but I would like for council to have the opportunity to interview these people.
Well, we can do that too, so what we need is a motion on the floor then.
Mr. President, just one question. Does that mean, if they take the approach that you're recommended, does that mean that the once alive committee that was doing this, have they been dissolved?
That was my understanding when we brought this up the last time, when I asked for council's approval to use this process.
Okay.
I'll make a motion that we arrange to bring these individuals in who desire to be interviewed, and have them available to the council members to interview.
Second.
And let me ask you a question on that then. Do you want to go down to the top 10, top 15? You want to interview all 31?
Our contract was
No.
for the top 5.
Just the ones that have been submitted to us.
Okay.
I assume that these 5 are the ones that we're going to be looking at.
Mr. Spencer?
Now that we've got a motion and a second, I'd like to add my comments. I'm hoping that, currently I do not support that motion only because I felt that we have already proven that the process that more greatly or more significantly involved us, in fact, slowed the process down. As earnest as our committee was, what I had hoped was that once we shifted from taking the approach that we were hiring as a council a city employee, and instead shifted to Landrum, that allowed us a greater degree of flexibility, less obligation regarding long-term employment as we would have with a salaried employee. So I don't support the motion only because I feel like it is actually stepping in reverse, whereas I want to take advantage of this employee leasing opportunity. And I think there's no better context for us to best assess or better assess the individual's ability, working experience, than having them here with us, working with us. And I think interviews can be deceptive, and I'm very encouraged by the testing process that has been done by such a professional agency, and I just think it would slow the process down. I believe in Landrum, and that's why I don't support the motion.
Just one moment. Mr. Townsend, you had a question.
Thank you, Mr. President. Only thing, I didn't have a copy of the rating scheme in this Williams, and I'm just wondering.
Out of town.
Have a sheet.
That's the one that is still in the process of being tested.
From out of town.
That person lives outside of Pensacola,
Outside of town.
quite a distance from
But
Pensacola.
we'll have that by Thursday.
Okay.
All her other screenings are
Ms. Deweese has not been able to speak
Sure.
yet. Okay.
Thank you, Mr. President. And while I support Ms. Meyer's motion in concept, and I understand her intention, I believe that the motion that was made and passed, I think Council President made the motion of us asking Landrum to interview and select someone and bring that person to us. And I am still concerned about how the previous process was handled. We've had so many processes, I think it was process number 3, that the second in place was not offered a position. So I don't want to see us get into having the recommendation or interviewing 5 and having to rank and all of that, when we've probably spent a good amount of money and time on Landrum interviewing these folks and retained them as a professional service to do so. But I'm also not comfortable with Councilman Hall, our president, being burdened with that. That was a suggestion made in the very first process for me to just go pick someone, and that's not, I don't think that one person on council should be put in that position. So I would like to see Landrum perform the service that we retained them for and bring a candidate to us, and possibly, if that doesn't work out, a backup candidate. But I think, and I mean, we can go back and check what the motion was, but I believe the whole council, it obviously passed because we're in this process now, that it was Landrum bring us a finalist to approve.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with Councilwoman DeWeese. We hired a professional. Let's use the professional, and I'm ready to move on with this process. Thank you.
Dr. Wu.
I was going to offer perhaps a compromise that those who wanted the interview would be allowed to do so. But from what I'm hearing, not everybody has that interest, and those that don't have an interest and would not. But that flies in the face of what I'm hearing. I do believe that not one person should make the decision for all of us, and not so much you, Mr. President, regardless of who's sitting there.
Okay.
Because if this person is going to work with you on a daily basis, I think for some folks, there's a degree of comfort to know what the relationship or the feel is in working with that person.
Well, it wasn't like I was going to make the selection. What I wanted to do was take the top 2 that came out numerically using objective criteria, and just sitting down, not necessarily doing an interview with them, just letting them know what they're in for,
Right.
you know.
Sure.
And then,
Then we all should.
I mean, if one of them wants to run fast in the other direction,
Right.
then just give you one, but you'd still have a chance to interview them
Sure.
before making your.
My concern, if I may, Mr. President, is I mentioned there was a state representative in there, and I don't believe the state representative is in the top 2. And so, in other words, that person's already eliminated.
Actually, he is.
If you look at the
Let's
numerical
see.
scores, I don't believe.
Look at the top.
No, he's not. Mr. President,
That's where you, look at your overall.
Gotcha.
We're looking at the overall.
That's 87.
Mr. President,
Yes,
I'd just like to make a comment.
yes.
And based on the direction that this discussion is taking, it is reminiscent of what we've done the first 1, 2, and 3 turns. So at this point, I'm going to withdraw my second.
All right, thank you.
Get it off the table.
I'm okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you.
And thank you for that, Mr. Geralds. That was kind of my point. I just wanted to kind of streamline this and to bring you guys somebody, 1 or 2, for you guys to interview. And
Are you making a motion for
no,
that?
I just, if there is no objection, I would like to do what I'd suggested the first time.
And of course, anyone who wanted to interview them individually will have the opportunity to do so.
Sure. That's right.
Good.
I would like clarification. I don't have objection to that. I think we should clarify what was actually stated in your motion the first time and how and why we hired Landrum. I understood that Landrum was interviewing and bringing us a finalist, not a one person on council's choice.
Okay. Okay, okay, we're 20 minutes into this. Okay. Yes.
I just want to clarify, you're not making the choice, you're just looking at the scores.
Yes,
The
ma'am.
2 highest overall,
Yes, ma'am.
and so those are the 2 you'll be interviewing, just
And
based on this.
And if Dr. Wu, as a courtesy, would like for me to make sure that the state representative is one of the people that's interviewed, I will do that.
All I'm saying is based on what I'm hearing, we're eliminating 2 out of the chute without even talking to them. And to me, to reject someone that has that type of skills, it's hard for me to understand the logic. Because what we're saying is we're going on the numerical scores. And if we look at the overall scores, actually, that score came in the lowest.
Well, you can look at those scores, but you could also look at a person's resume. And, you just don't take that as that was part of a package of evaluations with the drug screen, the skills testing, the reference checks, all of that. The assessment was the final evaluation. But council came to us earlier in the year and hired us to do a particular evaluation, and that was the assessment that was used at that time. It's very well known all over the world as being very accurate, but to understand a person really fitting with the committee, I would like myself, if I were on the council, to read their resume and understand, and that's what Sam is doing. He's just, that would be the ideal way to look at a candidate, is to look at their scores, but also know that they passed everything to make it this far. And we were contracted for the top 5, not the number 1.
Right, and the only reason I had alarm bells is I heard the president on 2 occasions, and correct me if I'm wrong, said that he was going to look at the numerical scores.
Whatever
So if
he
you look
wants
at
to
numerical
do,
scores,
that's up to him.
then what we're saying is we're eliminating 2, and we're going to come up with the 2, whoever they are, with the highest score.
Well, that's up to the president.
And the
And that was my
council.
only concern.
All right. Mr. Weiss, I guess, has no objection, provided that we know what the original motion is. We will know by Thursday night what that is, and we can discuss this again under old business.
Okay.
And I don't remember there being that level of specificity in it. And the process that I'm asking you to allow me to do now is what my intent had been, and I apologize if I didn't make that clear. Okay, so we'll know by Thursday, all right? All right, thank you, Mrs. Smith.
Thank you. We appreciate your business.
Thank you.
Now,
That's why I'm waving a lot.
yeah. Okay. All right, the next one is East Side. Presentation. Hey, you just take a seat there if you want, ma'am.
Yes.
If you'd be more comfortable.
Thank you.
Okay.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening, President Hall, council members. My name is Jeannie Roden. I'm at 601 East Moreno Street, Pensacola, Florida, 32503. And I'm here in reference to behalf of our Eastside Neighborhood Improvement Association TIF fund. And via email, the information that I sent you all in reference to the suggested draft and the statute, the Florida statute, 163.2517, in reference to perhaps establishing a board for our TIF fund for our Eastside Neighborhood Association. So, any questions via the information that I sent you all and for me, or would you like for me to go into some other details?
Sure. First of all, I want to thank Jeannie for her efforts and ability to organize a lot of the facts, historical information that I think provides a solid ground for council to help that neighborhood, East Side, make full use of the funding as it was intended to be used. My question is, since you and I have had a discussion just a few weeks ago, have you had a chance to have one or two additional neighborhood association meetings? Could you tell us a little bit about any progress regarding that?
In reference to the details at hand?
Yes.
Yes, we have had a meeting, in which most of them are here tonight, and we have voted on coming to the board to ask for the establishment of a board. We voted, and the vote was carried unanimous.
Right. So the association met, formal action was taken in support of this.
Yes, indeed.
I think that's great to know. Thank you.
So what you're asking for then is a board similar to what the CRA is for the downtown urban core, and that is that the representatives would come from the east side.
Yes, sir. As in the, that I had stated in the suggested draft, pretty much that looked like this, that I sent you all, that has a detailed explanation of what it should consist of, pretty much.
Mr. Weiss.
Would we be in order to officially request that this be reviewed by staff in the form of a motion and also by our attorney, since he serves the East Side
I think
as
that would
well,
be in order.
right?
Yeah.
I'll make a motion that this proposed ordinance be reviewed by city staff, that we request it be reviewed, and also by the attorney.
Second.
Okay, that's been seconded. Ms. Myers.
Well, I definitely support the neighborhood's desire to be involved in this project, to know what's going on, and to have a say. And I did do some research, because this would come under Florida Statute 163, because it's the CRA district. And I think there's something in the Florida statute that might prohibit setting up a board within a CRA,
It's a TIF.
such as what they're asking for. I'm not sure.
Ms. Myers, it's a TIF, not a CRA.
Well, the TIF. And so we definitely need the legal department, I believe, to look at this and make sure it's something we can do. If we can't set up a board, we could set up an advisory committee, but anyway, I do think that there's some legal issues that probably need to be looked at just to make sure this is something we can do, and if not, we can do something else that would have the same results, but not be called a board.
Dr. Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just was hoping that also when this comes back, we can get a little more information from the administration on how we've been handling these funds in the past. What was the decision process? I know we've voted for various cameras or whatever, but I just wasn't sure, because in looking at the item in our agenda, maybe I'm not reading this right, but it looks like there's a total of a lot of money there. I mean, in the scheme of things, not that much, but quite a bit. And I just didn't know do we have policies in place that they can't spend more than X percent? You have to have reserve. I'd just like a little more information, and that might be part of what we charge the board. They might not be allowed to spend every last dime in 1 year or something like that. So I would like that as part of the discussion when this comes back.
Okay, good. Anybody else? Yes. Oh, you're calling the question, okay. Any other comments from the public? Mr. Geralds?
Thank you, Mr. President. Just one thing, and I want to thank Ms. Roden for being here this afternoon, but there is one thing that is within that area, which is on MLK.
Yes.
And that would be the Chappie James house designation where the steps are.
Yes.
And I've been noticing that building, and I noticed that it is deteriorating.
Yes.
And I was wondering if that would be one of the projects that you would have on your list. And
Yeah.
I was going to help with it, but when we discovered that it was in Mr. Spencer's district, I sort of backed off. But if the neighborhood association and the other organizations within that district can get together and work on that project, I think it would be an excellent approach to dealing with what's happening at the Chappie James place of birth.
And Council, may I add to that, please? We have an excellent project manager, Carlton Charles as our project manager, and I do want to bring it up. You recently awarded us the PCIP grant, and we use it for our new gateway that is right now located on Fisher and MLK, and it's gorgeous, and I wanted to send you all emails in reference to, we have people coming from all walks of life that are standing out in front of the gateway taking photos, and I think that is an excellent milestone for the city of Pensacola as a whole and our community. And yes, picking back on what you were stating about the Chappie James building, our project manager, Carlton Charles, has addressed that as one of his really next project that he would really like to focus on. So
Excellent.
Yes, indeed. So this is why we're coming to you all with this, so that we can better understand, the process and the flow of the expenditures. As Council Pratt was stating previously, we too don't understand the validity of it, and we would like to very much have this established so that we can learn as much as we can and carry this to the next level as far as the people in the community are concerned too, as well as the neighborhood plan that has been established already. So,
Mr. Reynolds, how long would it take you guys to complete that review? How long would you like?
Well, Mr. President, that's a loaded question. I can tell you that as soon as we would get a vote from council, we'd certainly start taking a look at it. And then also, as Councilwoman Pratt, I think there's some history that we probably need to delve into. I certainly need to delve into it, being one of the new guys at the table. So,
Let's get that vote done then.
Let's get that vote.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That passes unanimously. Yes, sir.
I want to thank you for your hard work,
yes, sir.
because had you and several others not given the attention to this, it wouldn't have been done. So thank you very much.
I thank you all very much for what you all do for us as well.
Thank you.
Madam Clerk, I just have a parliamentary question for you. Would that need to be added to the consent agenda, or is that, can we just hold that off separately from that? Let's see.
Is that it? Okay, thank you again.
Thank you, Ms. Roden. Thank you very much. Mr. Reynolds, your turn.
Thank you, Mr. President. The first thing on the agenda for today, under Mayor's Communications and Action, is a presentation of disparity study by MGT of America Incorporated. The recommendation is that City Council accept the draft disparity study as prepared by MGT of America Incorporated.
Move to approve.
Second.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon, sir.
Good afternoon, Council President, Council members. Thank you for the opportunity for allowing us to come today and present our findings and recommendations from the City of Pensacola's Disparity Study. My name is Reggie Smith. I'm a partner with MGT of America, and I'm the project director and partner in charge for this particular study. With me, I have Dr. Vince Egan, who is the principal investigator for this study. He has a Harvard Law degree, a PhD in economics, and he currently teaches at Morehouse University in Atlanta. Also, I have with me Ms. Hope Smith, no relations, but she's our data manager. She was the one that was responsible for all the statistical analysis and the data gathering and manipulating the data and running all the various statistical analysis and reports. What we're going to do this afternoon is give you a brief presentation of the study. As you know, the study is a few pages long, and if you have a problem sleeping at night or suffering from insomnia, I guarantee you this will do the trick for you. Also want to thank you for the good weather now. It was kind of a rainstorm the last few days getting here, so appreciate the good weather as well. What we're going to do is talk a little bit about MGT of America. Talk about the project team a little bit more for members that are not here. Then we'll talk a little bit about the study objectives and framework and then the legal guidelines that shape our methodology to conduct this study. We're going to talk a little bit about what we found out related to subcontractors and prime contractors, the results of our anecdotal activities and findings, what we found out related to the private sector, and then some of our key recommendations and questions and answers. And when we get to the recommendations section, we're going to really talk about a few of them that we're highlighting, but you have to really read the entire report in Chapter 8 of the report to get the full run of that discussion. MGT of America is a national management research and consulting firm. We've been around since 1974. We've got over 36 years of consulting experiences, and we've completed over 4,200 client engagements over 50 states and some foreign countries. And we've been doing disparity studies since 1990. We have done disparity studies in over 140 different jurisdictions throughout the country. So that we're well experienced in conducting these studies, and we have had very good success in the studies and the programs that have been implemented related to the findings of our studies. Our corporate headquarters in Tallahassee, Florida, and we have several network offices in Sacramento, California, Olympia, Washington, and Austin, Texas. As I indicated, myself and Dr. Egan and Hope are here with me. Not with me is Dr. Fred Seaman and Steve Humphreys, technical advisors, Mrs. Vanetta Mitchell with the anecdotal team, and we've had local consultants, sub-consultants working with us. McCray & Associates was the anecdotal team member. He was responsible for conducting the personal interviews, helping with the focus groups, and looking at helping us coordinate the public hearing. AC Advertising was an anecdotal member as well, helped us conduct telephone surveys to business owners to find out their experiences doing business with the city and trying to do business with the city. Then diversity program advisors helped us with our availability analysis, as well as conducting some custom census analysis, and helped us out with, like I said, trying to determine the availability of firms ready, willing, and able to do business with the city. Disparity study objectives. What we're trying to do is determine whether or not there's any type of direct or indirect activities or practices that involve exclusionary practices with the solicitation, an award of construction, professional service, other services and goods and supplies to MWBEs. That's minorities and women-owned business enterprises. This study only looked at these categories, awards of contracts to construction services, professional services, other services, and goods and supplies. It did not involve any other type of analysis related to HR, other types of studies. This is purely looking at the procurement of services and contracts related to business owners, related to these business categories: construction, professional services, other services, and goods and supplies. We also want to determine if there's a legally justified need for an existing MWBE program, and if so, would have to be in accordance with the guidelines set forth by the Supreme Court in relevant subsequent cases. And the other objective of this study was to provide recommendations regarding suggested modifications to your current SBE program, your small business program, including consideration of race and gender-based project goals based on the study's findings. The next section of the Disparity Study Framework and Legal Analysis and Discussion, I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Egan. Dr. Egan?
Yeah, I will be very brief here. The basic legal framework is if you're going to use race and gender in a state and local government program, the principles are laid out in the Richmond v. Croson Supreme Court decision from 1989. Basically, you have to identify a compelling interest. You got to find a problem to support it. And that compelling interest, that problem, can be found in the private sector if it's sufficiently linked to the public sector. That is, even if there was not a problem with your own spending, it can be based on problems in the private sector that are linked to the public agency. The other recent case that is important, HB Roe v. Trippett in North Carolina DOT, which involved an MGT study and upheld a number of the methodologies that are presented in this report. Finally, even if you find a problem, a compelling interest for the use of MWB project goals, for example, that program has to be narrowly tailored, as the courts call it, which it basically means it needs to be very flexible. You need to take race and gender neutral measures very seriously. The remedy has to be proportional to the problem identified. And the U.S. Department of Transportation Disadvantaged Business Enterprise Program has a sort of framework for how you design these programs that has been consistently upheld by the courts. And finally, whatever is relevant about Florida state law, obviously the program has to be consistent with that.
Okay, I will go over the facts about the study as well as some of the analysis. As Reggie had mentioned previously, this study, we reviewed 5 procurement contracting categories. And again, those were construction, both at the prime and subcontracting level, professional services, which also included architectural and engineering, other services, non-professional services, as well as goods and supplies. The study period was based on a fiscal year basis. At the prime level, it was from October 1, 2005, through September 30th, 2011. And as the sub-level, which was at construction sub-level, was October 1, 2006 through September 30th, 2011. Now, as far as the market areas, which we use for the analysis, as specifically looking at the utilization and availability, was to focus on firms located in the 325 zip code area code, which included Escambia County, Santa Rosa, Okaloosa, Walton, as well as Mobile. Next slide, please. Okay. Here we have the comparison of the utilization and availability of subcontracting. Here too is really what's important is that the subcontracting was based on those firms that were awarded construction subcontract dollars and were located within the relevant market area. Here we show, I hope you can see the percentages, but really it's out of a total of 8.6 million subcontract dollars. African Americans received 9.4% of those dollars and were 12.8% of the availability of firms. Now, as far as talking about availability, those are the firms that were either, yes?
How about explaining for everybody's purpose
Okay.
what you mean by the utilization and availability, please?
Sure, okay, yes, and yes. As far as the utilization, and again, at the subcontracting level, those were firms that were awarded a subcontract. So they were actually did business and were awarded a subcontract from the prime contractor for that project. Now, as far as availability, we were looking at firms, again, in the market area that either sought to do work, bid on a project, were either paid or awarded, or also were interested in doing public sector work in the market area as well. And so you're looking at those categories and also talking about, as far as availability, ready, willing, and able.
One, Mr. President?
Yes.
On the available part, I just wanted to make sure I understood, because when there is a request sent out, it goes to a great deal of people. Are you looking at that list of who it is sent to? And the reason I'm asking is because we've talked about when we funded certain things with the Chamber 2 years ago was small business education program to try to help small businesses thrive. So my concern is if you're saying available is the ones that responded, there may be a great deal of people in the community not responding because they don't have the say computer equipment to respond in a print format or something of that nature. So is that available only who responds back as a selectee, or?
As far as, yes, with this part of the availability, it was,
Okay.
yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Next slide, because we'll go into more detail as this as well. For this chart here, we're looking at the subcontracting disparity, and this is based on overall for the minority women business groups classifications. And as far as talking about disparity, really what that is the ratio of comparing your percentage of availability to your percentage of utilization times 100. And so here what you'll see is we have this chart here that shows you the breakdown. And anything that is less than 80.0 is considered to be substantially underutilized or a substantial disparity. Greater than 80, but less than 100, there still is disparity, but they're underutilized. And anything greater than 100 is overutilization. So for instance, with this chart here, what you'll see is that African Americans as well as Native American-owned firms at the subcontracting level were substantially underutilized, while Asian American-owned firms and non-minority women firms were substantially overutilized, at the subcontracting level. Next slide, please. And this is a comparison and another presentation of this subcontracting information, which we've actually just discussed. It actually presents it in one table for you. And so what you'll see is here you have the breakdown of the business classification ownership. You have that column as far as dollars, so that's your utilization dollars. Those were the dollars awarded to the subcontractor. The percentage of dollars is based on those total dollars of subcontracting dollars. You have the percent of available firms, and then the breakdown of the disparity index, and then the disparate impact as far as the utilization. And here again, you'll see, as I just mentioned, is that you have the substantial underutilization of African Americans as well as Native Americans, and the overutilization of non-minority women and Asian American-owned firms. Next slide.
We should add there that these percentages were of subcontracting. If you look, for example, African Americans, those subcontract dollars were about 2% of construction dollars total. There was a larger percent of subcontract dollars. It was about 2% of overall construction dollars as subcontractors.
Okay, now we'll talk about the prime analysis, and this is again with discussing construction at the prime level. So these are direct contracts to those contractors, as well as professional services, your other services, non-professional services, as well as goods and supplies. When looking at our 2009 review of the city's SBE program, there was an increase in the spending with MWBEs. Overall, Pensacola now has spent $8.3 million, this is within that study period, with MWBE prime contractors, and again, those firms are within the relevant market area, and that was approximately 10.7% of those dollars. Of this amount, meaning of the MWBE prime contractors, $886,000 were spent with WBEs, non-minority women-owned firms, which was 1.1%. And then $7.4 million was spent with MBEs, which was 9.6% of the total spend overall. Next slide. It's hard to see. This here is the breakdown for your prime utilization, availability, and disparity findings. Again, it's presented by construction. You have professional services, other services, and goods and supplies. And again, the column is broken down by, you have your business owner classifications. The dollars is the actual amount paid to those firms, the prime contractors or prime firms. You have the percentage of those dollars by category, percent of available firms, the disparity index, and the disparity impact as far as utilization. And just to summarize overall for construction, there was a total of $45.4 million spent with firms within the relevant market area. And so if you're looking at the exhibit here, what you'll see is, for instance, with African Americans, there was a total of 4.16%, and which is out of that 45.4 million is the 9.19%. And comparing it to its availability, they were substantially underutilized. Also, the other minority women-owned groups, Native American-owned firms, Hispanic American-owned firms, and Asian American-owned firms, and non-minority women were substantially underutilized at the prime contracting level. Now, looking at professional services here, we're looking at out of 7.8 spend, okay, and this is within the relevant market area. We're showing the substantial underutilization of African American-owned firms, Hispanic American-owned firms, non-minority women, and then also Asian American-owned firms were underutilized. Jumping to other services, all groups were substantially underutilized. And then looking at goods and supplies, this is out of a $15.6 million spent within the relevant market area. African American-owned firms were overutilized. Hispanic American-owned firms substantially underutilized, as well as non-minority women were underutilized for goods and supplies.
I'm now going to talk about anecdotal. Again, I know we have limited amount of time. There's extensive anecdotal activities in the forms of public hearings, focus groups, personal interviews, and surveys. I would note, in general, the anecdotal concerns of disparate treatments, particularly by African American-owned firms, were somewhat higher than we normally find in these kind of anecdotal surveys for other agencies. Some of the notable findings, we found 41.7% of MWBs felt that there was an informal network that excluded firms in the private sector, and we will see a basis for that claim. We found 10% found that they were included for good faith efforts, but then were dropped after contract award. Again, about 37.5% experienced private sector discrimination, 27.5% experienced unequal treatment, 10% experienced unfair denial of contract award, and about 25% experienced double standards of performance. We conducted a regression analysis, one that has been used in other court cases, and the courts have commented on favorably, that if you controlled for a various aspect of the firm, its capacity, the ownership level of education and experience, that still MWB status had a negative impact on firm earnings for African American-owned firms, even when you controlled for a number of other factors in a regression model. I think the most striking finding we had in this study was looking at private sector commercial construction. MWB utilization was extremely low. Among prime contractors, only 0.33% of the firms were MWBEs, who received 1.7% of permits. Among subcontractors, 0.18% were MWBEs, who received 0.03% of permits. And there was an overlap between some of the private sector prime contractors in that database we looked at and prime contractors who worked for the city of Pensacola. But this data sort of confirmed the anecdotal testimony that was stated in the survey of being locked out of private sector opportunities. There's extensive econometric analysis of, even when you control for creditworthiness and things like that, that some minority groups have higher loan denial rates. And the evidence we saw here, whereas 3.7% of non-MWBEs reported being denied for commercial bank loans, 52.6% of African American applicants and 22.2% of non-minority women-owned applicants reported being denied for commercial bank loans. And that's actually, between African Americans and non-MWBs, is the highest that I've seen.
Let me ask you a question. Under the utilization of extremely low private sector commercial organization, would you say that because of a finding such as this, and if someone would come in as relates to specific contracts, maybe government contract that these firms have received, that they would be extremely in extreme jeopardy if someone would put in a complaint?
It could be. You know, there's not the same rules for sort of private sector contracting as is for public sector and otherwise. This data is presented more that this can provide evidence for some proactive measures. Now, the city of Pensacola has taken some proactive measures. And the point being that if it didn't do anything, its numbers, which it used to look almost like this, might look like this, like these numbers, if no measures were taken at all. I mean, clearly the city of Pensacola is doing much better than this, right, in what it's doing now.
Well, I wasn't talking specifically about Pensacola.
Sure.
I was talking specifically about maybe some of our private contractors out in our community that have government contracts and receiving government money. How vulnerable would they be when they look at a study like that and somebody would reference a study like that?
I have not seen, I mean, contractors will be sued for their behavior on public contracts. I've not seen them sued for their behavior in the private sector in contracting as opposed to employment. However, what many agencies have done, like you all did here, when you had the Maritime project, which was sort of a private project, but with public input into it, that project did make efforts to have some MWB inclusion in it. And we have seen that around the country, that if you're going to get some subsidy or some sort of public support, even on a private project, agencies will ask for what is the inclusion that you're undertaking for that project.
Well, let me ask you another specific question. Would the city of Pensacola be well within its rights to refuse a company that not up to par as it relates to the utilization, et cetera, based on some study that you possibly could see and use as a basis for not doing business with?
I have seen what some agencies do is have what's known as a commercial non-discrimination policy. Whereas if it can be documented that firms were discriminating against subcontractors, that can be a basis for barring them from contracting with the city.
Yeah. Also, if the city proceeds with the development of a program, then anytime you have private development, major shopping centers or whatever, you can also ask those private prime contractors what are their plans to use MWBEs, okay? because if they're getting a tax abatement or a tax break or whatever related to some type of incentive for them coming to do that development, then you would have some basis. We've seen that the city of Jersey City in New Jersey, they have a program like that.
Mr. President. Going back to Mr. Townsend's question, and I do think that in some cases, when ranking RFPs and so forth, that additional points are given to companies who have an active SBE role, but not just have it on paper, but actually utilize it to be inclusive of firms that are being underutilized. And I think the question that Mr. Townsend's getting to is the level of legalization that we can require those companies to have such an active, bona fide SBE program in place, or risk denial. But I think that's something that the city should have access or the ability to do. Could we not do that and require that they participate in the full level versus in many of the proposals that I have read in the past, it just indicates, well, are you an SBE? And it states yes, but it says nothing about what you're doing. So those kinds of responses where a person says, where the question requires a simple yes or no and no explanation of what you're doing, doesn't tell me a whole lot. It just says, yeah, we have a program, but we're not doing anything with it. And to me, that's rather a waste of time. So as a result of discovering what is going on, we're looking for the ability to further rank our RFPs and so forth, so that that question that is asked, and I guess that's our fault for asking it that way. Do you have it? We don't ask them what they're actually doing. So we need to get sharper on what we're asking these companies to provide and to be inclusive. Thank you.
The other private sector, you can go to the next slide. The other private sector finding is we did, again, a statistical econometric analysis of, from census data of entry into self-employment, and did find, again, when you controlled for other factors, statistically significant disparities for African Americans and non-minority women-owned firms. I mean, overall, these private sector statistical results are consistent with the anecdotal findings noted above of exclusion from private sector work. Point being that if places like Pensacola did not do anything, it would be a very bleak picture indeed. Now, we were not tasked with looking at the community maritime park because it was a public project. However, we were given reports on that activity, and we found there was one prime contractor, but of the $36 million spent with subcontractors, $9.2 million was spent with MWBEs. And we had 7 firms in our survey were utilized on the Maritime Park project. So we got much higher numbers in absolute terms on that project.
I just wanted clarification real quick. On page 11, you mentioned some of these improvements, the $8.3 million increase. That is not considering any Maritime Park construction?
No.
Okay.
Okay,
All right.
that's not including the Maritime Park. No. In terms of some key recommendations and commendations, and it's, again, much longer than this, and in our previous report, we gave a whole chapter on best practices from around the country. We commend the City of Pensacola for having an SBE program and strengthening it, particularly after the 2009 SBE program review, where you made some programmatic changes and put more effort into that. We think there's a factual predicate evidence in this study to support the use of MWB project goals. Some of the elements of that evidence are statistical disparities in MWB utilization, very significant disparities in the private marketplace, evidence of passive participation, and by that we mean contractors that do work for Pensacola and in the private sector. In those private sector disparities, the regression analysis, the evidence of disparities in business formation and revenue earned from self-employment, the credit disparities, and the anecdotal evidence of discrimination. hit the next slide. We think there's a basis for setting annual aspirational MWBE goals. The way these basically work, they're essentially benchmarks. It's not rigid quotas or rigid project goals that you apply goals to every project. That's not the way they work. You don't have to accept these goals, but if you have any overall goals, they should be related to some measure of availability that you think is realistic. And it doesn't have to exactly equal that availability. But these are some suggested a starting point for a discussion of aspirational goals if you're considering going that way. We also commend the city for its work on the Maritime Project, for collaborating to try to seek more inclusion of MWBEs on private sector projects such as the Maritime Project. And we think the very bleak numbers on private sector utilization, which did not include the Maritime Project, provide a basis for similar kind of efforts for economic development projects subsidized by the city. For MWB subcontractor plans, we think there's a basis for having good faith efforts for MWB subcontractors, so that primes would have to document their outreach efforts and why they may have rejected qualified MWBEs that were the low bidding subcontractors. If you were to make such an effort or such requirements, that would require more resources for monitoring contract compliance. And that is the essence of our.
And this is just really a snapshot of the entire study. The study is over 300 some pages and goes into details. Each chapter goes into detail of some of the summary points that we've made. But we've got chapters on utilization. We got chapters on disparity. Chapters on a chapter on the anecdotal section. A chapter on private sector. The analysis we did, looking at the nexus between contractors that are involved in both public and private sector work. And then we've got a chapter on findings and recommendation, which is the final chapter in the report. And then also there will be appendices to go along with that. So that's our brief presentation. We're now open to entertain any questions, comments you may have related to the study.
You know, I've said over the last couple of weeks to some groups that I've spoken to that about supporting the disparity study, and there was some concern over the amount of money. And I just said, well, what price do you pay on getting something that will help us implement programs that are legally defensible? Said, I'm convinced that they're going to tell us what we already know, but you have to have it some way to prove that. You can't just think that you know what the answers are. And I thank you all for giving those tools. My question for you is what's next? Do you anticipate the city coming up with some remedies for this, or are you going to be engaged in helping identify what some of those remedies could be?
Well, the first step is the city has to decide if they want to adopt the study. It doesn't mean you agree with every line of the study, but you've taken it into evidence. Mm-hmm. That is the basis that you're considering it in any remedies that you do consider. And you can get and pick and choose what evidence in the study that you want to use for the particular remedy that you consider. After that, it's then crafting remedies as desired.
Yeah, I think once the City Council approves and adopts the study, then you can move forward with determining what recommendations in the study you want to implement, how you craft your program, and then developing those policies and procedures to support that program, and then developing an ordinance to support it, legislation to actually enact the program.
Okay, Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. President. And just so everybody's aware, staff has already begun the process of taking a look at the recommendations, and we will be bringing something forward, assuming that this body will adopt or at least accept the study.
Okay, Mr. Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. President. I want to commend the firm. I've had an opportunity to see the large package, and it's very detailed, very thorough, and no stones are unturned in terms of coming up with some sound recommendations. I really appreciate what you folks have done for this city, and hopefully we can move on with some of those recommendations and see some positive results, but really appreciate what you've done. Thank you.
Okay, let's just start with Ms. DeWeese over here.
I'm okay with
Okay, Mr. Geralds.
Thank you, Mr. President. A couple of things that come to mind. And one is that the fact that we're dealing with a draft, and I want to make sure that there will be an opportunity for anyone who has any additional questions or concerns to come forth before this goes into final print. So will there be a timeline? And Mr. Reynolds has indicated that staff is working on some of the recommendations. Will there be a timeline that we need to get back to you if we have any additional questions or need any additional clarifications before you go into final print?
Yes. What about yesterday? No.
That's the way it goes.
Well, you know, as Mr. Townsend mentioned, and you mentioned, it's a 300-page report.
Yes, yes.
And there may be some things that members of council might want to take a second look at so that we can clear up any of our concerns before going into final print. That's one thing I want to make sure that is covered before we get a motion on the floor to accept or approve this preliminary report. The second thing that comes to mind is that a couple of years ago now, the city did a pre-disparity study, as you know, you guys did that one as well. The important factor that I will bring up at this point, and it's extremely important, is that when Mr. Reynolds' staff completes their list of recommendations or things that council can legally do, it is going to come back to the responsibility of council to accept and implement these changes. Because if we don't take that step, and that's a critical step, we had recommendations the last time, and we were slow responding to them or putting them in place. This time around, council, and I want to remind all of you that we have to be dedicated and serious to implementing those recommendations so that we may be in a position to rectify what you have identified. So as long as council is willing to do that with a serious commitment, then I believe that the city of Pensacola can move forward. Thank you, Mr. President.
Sir, Ms. Myers.
Thank you. I want to commend you on doing a very good job and putting it together in a very comprehensive and understandable format. And I am looking at the recommendations, and I really like this part about the study because I think you've laid out some pretty detailed recommendations that we can look at. And I believe Mr. Reynolds, are we looking at a position called Officer of Sustainability, or, I mean, not sustainability, disparity?
Diversity.
Diversity.
Diversity, actually. And
I knew it was something like that.
And if I may, to go back to an earlier comment, there are certainly some things that this body will be responsible for, but also understand that there are some things that the mayor's office can do. And we're going to move forward. We've already had preliminary discussions with the study authors in regards to some of those things, and one of those is actually having a position on mayor's staff that we're looking forward to moving forward with at this point, assuming that we have this draft report subsequently or soon to be adopted by this council. But then on the other end, we also have a responsibility as staff to bring those things forward that require ordinance changes, and we will be doing that as well.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Wu? Mr. Townsend? Anything more? Mr. Spencer?
I just certainly concur. Councilman Gerald's reminded us that our next step is to actually, responsibility is to take action. And I'm also focused on one of the recommendations or the comment, study providing a basis for more subcontractor goal setting on economic development projects subsidized by the city, and I encourage all of us to think of that word subsidized in a broad sense. I think that can be a broad definition that may include partnerships where the city perhaps is disposing of land, and in that process they could be viewed as a partner, and we have an opportunity at kind of those milestones, or that's a threshold, I think, Mr. President, where we can remember this study and how we can affect the performance of the utilization of some of our land that we currently own.
Well, I've got all 281 pages of it printed out here in front of me, so I'll keep it handy. All right, thank you. Mr. Johnson.
I'm good, thank you.
Dr. Brett.
I want to say thank you for your work, and I think like the previous study, I appreciate the recommendation commendation section. It's nice for us to have clear ideas, but I sometimes get a little lost in the weeds, but I did read part that triggered a little, concern on my part. In the legal analysis, you mentioned that there was some county commission where the commissioners, when they legislatively set the policy, they were fine, but then when they took action on a contract and it wasn't a valid thing, they were personally liable. And when I see personally liable, I get a little iffy on things. The results from your study that you're basing all these recommendations on, you believe, based on your experience with other communities, that gives us the legal basis that there's no personal liability when we approve a contract later on based on the recommendations.
Yeah, I understand. And yeah, I tend to be the most conservative person, paranoid, person on this team. Sort of the Clarence Thomas of the team here. It's Malcolm X over here. But yeah, that has happened one time, and so we put it in there so we think people should be aware. It was a rare instance where it was felt there was not a basis. People, when you put in a program and there's no basis for it, and you're sort of overreaching, the judge did threaten that, that kind of issue. Say, if you do that again, we're going to hold you personally liable. It's a debatable kind of issue, but again, doing something with no factual basis could expose you to personal liability.
And this study gives you that factual basis. So if a program is developed around the study and the factual basis that we present, then you're okay, because one of our guiding principles in conducting this study is that we want it to be accurate, valid, reliable, and legally defensible. So we keep up with all the court cases and decisions to make sure that if there's any changes we need to make in our methodology, that we incorporate those changes so that we can make sure that our studies are legally defendable. So we keep that in mind. We feel confident that we've given you a factual predicate here that will support your program.
Thank you.
Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I wanted to thank the team that has come over from Tallahassee. I assume you all came from Tallahassee, but thank you for your efforts in our community. And I know that you've given us some recommendations that we will need to take action on, but one item concerned me, and this has to do with the private sector findings on page 16. And it's kind of going along the lines of what I asked about before, is that when we send these notices out to a long list of available firms, some do not reply, and that was my concern of being able to analyze them completely if they don't have the tools to respond to our requests. How we may better partner with the university with their small business efforts, or what we can create to train and support the small businesses in our community. But the very last line on page 16 talked about the private sector commercial loans, that African American denial rates were the highest found in an MGT study. Are you saying across the board, any of your studies, our denial rates in our community were the highest you'd ever seen? Is that what that statement says?
In terms of our studies. That's not every, community in the United States.
No, but the ones you've studied, the 140 communities you've done. So there's we will make our effort as a government, as a governmental body, and the hope is that the partnerships with the private sector can be forged as well. Will there be any recommendations for that? Is there any process you can recommend we go through, or what? Because that's part of the equation, is these small businesses being able to function and receive funding to do business.
We actually did not put a number of recommendations on lending in this one. In the previous SBE report, we had a section on that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Mr. Gerald.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I want to make sure that this is stated here at this meeting. And congratulations should go to the mayor and to this council, the city of Pensacola, for being aggressive enough to put the money on the table to have a disparity study. It is important that the public and everyone else realize that we are dealing with, not just in the city of Pensacola, but the other municipal organizations. We are dealing with disparities that are age-old. We have some policies and some practices that have been going on for years. Hopefully, it will encourage the citizens to put the same kind of pressure on the other municipal agencies as they put on the city of Pensacola. You may be a little bit surprised about what you found today about what's going on in the city of Pensacola, but I'll bet you earnest, straight-up money that there's hell going on in the county, the school board, the ECUA, and everywhere else. The city was bold enough to put up the money and to bite the apple. Let's see what's going on. But I tell you, it doesn't stop here. This is nothing new. And the community has the responsibility to put the pressure on the other agencies. For example, what's our budget? 222 million? School district has over 600 million. And y'all are chasing down the city. Take a look, folks. Your money is being spent all over the place, and we're focusing on 200 million. These other folks spending $600, $700, $800 million. Well, now you know what the city is doing. You need to take action and take an interest in what's going on in those other agencies. They're spending your money too. So having said that, I congratulate us as a council for being bold enough to step up. And don't forget, we did, when we were trying to minimize our costs, we did offer that opportunity to some of those other agencies to reduce our costs of $250,000, and they declined. But they'll still be putting signs in your yard, sending you mail that you don't want or need, and asking you for your vote. If you're going to cooperate with them, they better cooperate with you. Thank you, sir.
Okay. Now, out in the audience, I'm going to put you on the spot just a little bit. How many people showed up here for the disparity study for this presentation? Okay, it's pretty much almost everybody. How many of you support us adopting this disparity study? Okay, again, that's pretty much everybody. Well, I did that for a reason, because I know there's a lot of people that want to speak to this issue. I think from the comments I've heard from our council here that we're going to pass this easily, probably unanimously, but I'd like to give an opportunity for some of the public to speak. So could we limit it to the first 3 speakers? Ma'am, you've had your hand up first.
Thank you, President Sunhoff, for allowing me to speak in City Council. I wanted to address the legalities. I believe Mr. Townsend talked to you about that. I recommended that a company, an RFP went out. I guess it went out some months prior, and they only got one response from one of the major entertainment companies here. And then they sent out another response. Supposedly that was in conjunction with the covenant, that they were in search of a minority company that could compete with a big entertainment company. I recommended a friend who had been looking at this area to not only relocate, but to bring her businesses. They have several businesses here. She followed the protocol. She applied. There were laws or rules put in place that she had to abide by. And in abiding by those rules, the city decided that they would manage the project that they sent out to the public. And I'd like to know, how is that legal, that a quasi-government agency, the city sends out an RFP, and then the same agency decides, oh, no, we don't want to do business with you guys, we're going to do it?
Ma'am, that's outside of the scope of what these ladies and gentlemen.
We're talking about contracts, right? Minority contracts, doing business with the city?
We are, but the specific motion that is on the floor is whether we approve this study or not. And I'm well aware of the issue that you're talking about.
Okay, I'll get past that.
Okay.
I'll get past that. Then let me bring up the fact that I've been attending meetings for the last 2 years, and it seems that the city council, and not only the city, they adopt the policies, but when it's time for a minority to benefit from those policies, they change up the scope in midstream and change the whole rules around. And the search for the liaison person between the mayor and the city council is an example, because they've already qualified some people. And as of the last meeting, they decided, oh, no, we're not going to do it this way. We're going to go to an outside agency. When they've already qualified some people to have that job. So my thing is that when we say we want inclusion, it can't be just, I really would like to know how sincere the city is in doing business with minorities, because it is an important part for a community, any community, not just Pensacola. But in order for us to survive as business people and to help the city grow and to become inclusive and attractive to outsiders, this is something we must do for our own health and our own kids. So Councilman Gerald spoke to you that you're just a small part in the pot the city is in terms of the discrimination. We still have other entities that we must address, and especially our school system. But I would like to know, how do we start to set policies and follow them? And when you set those policies, you have the minority community, black folks, white folks, Indians, and alike in mind when you're talking about economic development.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Mr. Wingate.
Good afternoon. I'm Gerald Wingate. I'm a candidate for District 5 for the City Council. And I'd like to see us go ahead and accept this study that they've given to us. It's given us some things that we need to work on to make this a better community for all of the people in the community, and to create an atmosphere so that people will want to bring their companies here to Pensacola, so we can provide more jobs for our people and we can provide more hope for people that live in this area. We have areas like Mobile that are getting big contracts and big businesses coming in. Over in the Fort Walton Beach and Okaloosa area, those areas are growing. And we need to make some changes so that we can bring more business and more opportunity to Pensacola.
Okay, thank you, sir.
Mr. President, just one real quick question that I hadn't heard yet. And, you know, it's fine to have recommendations, but what has come to mind with a couple of comments I've heard, what enforcement powers will come with the implementation of these recommendations? We must have a mechanism by which to enforce them.
Well, you're right. That's a later discussion. Right now, we're just voting to accept the study itself.
Okay.
Okay. Now, I said 3, but, okay. All right. Gentlemen in the back, are you good? Okay. And then Ms. Dubuisson, you'll be the last one. Pardon? Your number, oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, please.
Is he going to speak?
All right, to the council and to the mayor, I represent a large area of Pensacola from Lincoln Park, Wedgewood, Bells Head, even up in Cantonment area, because what affects us on this end affects the whole area. Now, we're in the process of presenting Pensacola as a model city. And as it stands now, from just listening to a small part of the disparity, how can you present Pensacola unless you bring this type of study aboard and make things happen? And when we're looking at a time frame, we don't be waiting 5 years down the road to come to the point where we need to do something. I know a great deal of businesses that when they get to Interstate 10, they either go east or west. they never come straight down. And we've had a lot of those people in the area since the opening of the Maritime Park. But when they try to attach to things, you have nothing in place like the study to make people be accountable. Now, we got new politicians coming in and stuff, and there's a lot of registered voters that are waiting to hear about the study, number one, because we needed something. We've needed it for years. And we're talking people that know Pensacola history prior to 1905. So we're going to either try to give you a little time to get it fixed, or we're going to move to other places, and we're going to find ourselves trying to present a city but only presenting part of it. So it's very important that I applaud this action. I was considered as a survey, but I denied it because of, it doesn't matter what the survey says, it's what the city council says if it involves the city. And by the same token, I feel that the county and those other entities should be held accountable so y'all can work together. City can't do it all. You don't have enough money. You don't have enough cooperation even within the city council to get anything done. Substantial enough that it will affect the outer areas, because whether you know it or not, those people that live in the county, they spend money in the city. So all these things will benefit our city. And I just want to say, is there any type of time frame that we can kind of take home and tell people that are out there waiting, like, hold on, it's only going to be a little while longer. But we've done a pre-study, a study, now we got to do a study after the study, the studies. We already know the problem. We want our city council and our mayor to put concrete stuff out there, and if you don't go along with it, then you're going to be held accountable. So when you take this into consideration, there should be some type of leverage where the mayor and the council can come in and say, hold up, you can't do that. If there's 8 minorities out there, let's bring them to the table. And because I have a proposal that exceeds a whole lot of things. It's ahead of its time, but I just backed out because when I saw the frustration by people that have tried to apply before I got there, and they were denied, so why waste my time? I spent $18,000 trying to get it in the door. So investment money was pushed down the train. Okay, that money was taken, it was just taken more or less, because when you're trying to invest into your company, your future, whatever, and you're taking this investment capital on the faith that this is home, this is my home. For 58 years, this is my home. So, and you're working towards a goal, and we have other stuff that we plan to bring home, but at this point, we have no recourse because it's already working in another place, because they got something in place to make sure that I got as much opportunity to benefit from whatever as the next person, not based on color, based on a marketable product or service that is vital to the sustainability of Pensacola. So when you start talking, we're not talking about iffy programs, we're talking about proposals, and everything is waiting on you guys, because it starts in the city. And if the city adopts this thing, go ahead and do it in a timely manner, then we can go to the county. But if you're in limbo, then we have no recourse, we have nothing, and we're tired of waiting. We need something done now, because prior to 1905, we already knew that minorities own and ran Pensacola. So we're not sitting there hating, pointing fingers. We just want some action done in a very timely manner, and it takes a council and a mayor, as well as a community, to make this happen. So we have some proposals that will kind of take a little expense off the city with existing workforce and any equipment that you got sitting in parking lots, and you got some other things we'll go into detail, but I'm just saying we need to do it in a very timely manner, because time is of the essence. As we go through another quarter and then you're still at the table with this proposal, we're going to go to Mobile. It's bottom line, we're going to Mobile.
All right.
Thank you.
All right, thank you, sir. And I just to point out that Mr. Reynolds said as soon as we adopt this today, his staff is going to work to start putting those policies into place. Ms. Dubuisson.
Thank you, Mr. Holland, and I appreciate the fact that you are going beyond 3. I think anyone who has something to offer the council should be invited at this point, because this is the only point that citizens might have to offer you some suggestions. I congratulate the city and the team that worked on this report, because it gave us some actual empirical data from which we can draw some plans and policies for the future. I would encourage this council to begin on your own to explore, perhaps with a public task force, what the citizens believe should come forward, and simultaneously the mayor can be looking from the administrative side, what they recommend, and then when you are able to discuss it openly, you will have educated yourself to possibilities, so that rather than it being one of these things where the mayor spends a whole bunch of time and they're all excited about what they've done, but because you folks can't be in there at the same meetings with them simultaneously, you don't know the reasonings behind, we spend another 6 months pulling apart. Why are they doing this? Why are they doing that? So I would really encourage you to look at setting up some sort of a study group or task force to bring you the information that will educate you in advance to some options so that when the mayor comes down with his recommendations, you would be prepared to quickly move on it. And I would hope that while the study has been going on, perhaps the mayor, if he is astute, as I believe he is, that he would already have had some recommendations that they would be reviewing so that they don't have to start from scratch at this point, because I think everyone kind of knew these numbers in advance. But I thank you again for standing up for the citizens, and despite what any of the rags in the city that call themselves newspapers may say about you as a council, I appreciate the fact that you do stand up and do what the citizens ask, because you are our elected council, and I thank you for it.
Okay, thank you. All right, the recommendation is that City Council accept the draft disparity study as prepared by MGT of America, Inc. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That passes unanimously. Thank you, gentlemen. Thank you. And ladies.
Yeah, I got it.
How are we getting this break here?
I don't know, I just don't want to make sure they saw it.
How are you feeling?
My arm.
Is it a nerve impingement?
Yeah, I mean, it's, because I think so.
You know what's amazing? This hurt. Is this?
Okay, I want to thank all of you for coming, but it's time to move the conversation outdoors. We've still got a fairly full agenda here to do. But thank you all. Okay, Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. President. The next thing on the agenda is award of bid number 12-TAC-034, natural gas pipeline construction for Pensacola Energy. The recommendation is that City Council award bid number 12-TAC-034, natural gas pipeline construction for Pensacola Energy for infrastructure replacement to Miller Pipeline Limited Liability Corporation, the lowest and most responsible bidder, in the amount of $1,571,50, plus a 10% contingency for 5 infrastructure replacement projects, and unit pricing for urgent unplanned infrastructure replacement as outlined in the bid specifications for a period of 1 year with an optional 1-year renewal.
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion second. Discussion. Questions. Public. All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously.
The next item on the agenda, Mr. President, is complete streets. The recommendation is that City Council adopt the Complete Streets Resolution to establish a policy that integrates bicycling, walking, and public transit with the city's transportation programs and policy initiatives.
Move to approve.
A second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion.
I just want to commend the mayor for bringing this forward. I'm very excited about it. I think it's a first step, getting something actually down on paper. And anyway, I just wanted to say that, to take that message to him.
And if I may, Mr. President, thanks goes out to several council members as well who provided some of the background material for us to be able to move forward with this. This was an initiative that the mayor's office had been looking into. The council had also had the opportunity to take a look at it and determined that it was, pretty much gave us the green light to move forward, and we promised to bring something, and the mayor's delighted to have this moving forward. And Councilwoman DeWeese, you'll take a look at it. You'll see some of that language is familiar. It was based a lot in response to the statute that you had presented for us to take a look at. And so looking forward to passing this and moving on.
Okay, Dr. Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And I realized that I had a printing error, so I think there are enough copies for everyone, and if not, I will give up mine. This is something I gave to you guys a while back, that this was what we had asked the attorney to review, and it never got put back on the agenda. But this was the suggestion I had made. Now, I'll support this today. It's rather benign. We like bicycles and pedestrians, is pretty much what it's saying. And, but the document I passed out, the recommendation I was making to this council is that we take a more proactive approach and talk about, you know, what sort of network of bicycle pedestrian access do we want in this city? You know, it doesn't really do us much good that every time, oh, we're going to repave Lee Street from 17th to 12th and we'll put a bike lane there. It's fine, but it doesn't really address a need. And if we start thinking more in terms of what are our priorities, our project priorities, I think that would be a much more effective use of our limited resources. And so the proposal I had made and had been that we create a committee that will come up with a plan that can sort of have a targeted approach, so that instead of just saying, you know, bikes are good, we'll put in sidewalks, we like that, where do we want this city to be in 10 years or 20 years in terms of our bicycle plan? So I'm just putting this out. I think that I would like for us to revisit this idea at some point, because it's nice to resolve that we like things, but I want us to be proactive as opposed to just benign. And so I would like for this council to consider this additional portion, come up with a committee that will look at a plan, create a plan for us to adopt as a proactive way of dealing with what we all view as a high need in this community. Thank you.
I think Councilwoman Pratt is absolutely on target, and I'm speaking with a very fresh memory and a rather sore rear end after riding a bike for 9 straight days in Montreal. So everything.
TMI.
No, pardon me. But that is a city that that obviously is that an alarm that it's TMI?
That's my TMI alarm.
Okay. But Councilwoman Pratt is pointing out that we have an opportunity to begin to lay literally the roadmap out and do it in a way that survives much longer than our terms if we take that sort of long-range approach. And what I saw in Montreal, I saw streets that had been converted years ago, which now are recognized as major biking arteries. Their lanes are so established now, there are two-way bike lanes with concrete curbs separating them safely from the vehicular traffic. Then I also experienced other arteries that were in that transition phase where the markings were clear and the long-range plan was within 5 years they would have the concrete separation. The point is, I read that Montreal 20 years ago made a commitment to become one of the most bike-friendly cities in North America, and they now have apparently achieved that status. And just what came to mind immediately was one of our now less used north-south corridors, and I doubt that it will ever need to accommodate the vehicular traffic that it once did prior to the construction of 110, and that is the North Palafox corridor, this wide swath of 4 lanes of traffic that now never achieves or accommodates the volume of traffic that it once did. There's a perfect example of a major artery that we as a council could begin, or this committee could establish as being one day one of our major north-south biking routes. I could go on and on, but certainly I know this is not the time to do it. I do encourage us then to think about is there a board, is there a committee that already exists, that there is a natural fit for this study? Is it Parks and Recreation? Is it environmental? Both of them seem to have some overlap when it comes to dealing with reducing dependency on vehicles, improving recreational and exercise fitness opportunities through biking. So perhaps that is where this could land and begin to make progress. But I agree, if there's any way that we can take this opportunity to more fully describe what our action today could mean for a complete streets ordinance, I welcome other council members' input, Mr. President.
To piggyback on Councilman Spencer's comments, I also would encourage the group to also bring this to the Florida-Alabama TPO, because they're very heavily involved in setting long-range goals and whatever, and I think it'd be just very important for them to know where we're headed and to get whatever support we can from that body as well. Thank you, Mr. President.
Yes. I was actually going to bring this up also, that while this is a good beginning, a statement of a policy, I agree with Councilman Spencer and Councilwoman Pratt. We really need to seize upon this opportunity to really develop a strategy for implementing this policy. I would like to see an ordinance similar to what you've presented that reflects, the strategy that we want to adopt to achieve this. The district that I represent, District 2, is a large commercial district with neighborhoods all around it. That should be a very sustainable part of the city, because I live 2 miles from Cordova Mall, and yet I can walk to any place I need to get to, really. If the streets were safe, I walk even if the streets aren't safe. But riding bicycles is particularly, I think, dangerous, and I have met with planning to see how we can connect uptown to downtown, what type of routes there would be, bicycle routes to develop. And I just think that we're really missing out on an opportunity. I like the idea of setting up a committee or an advisory committee that would be reflective of all areas of the city, especially our uptown and our downtown area, and connectivity through bicycle and walking. So I think this is a great beginning. At least it's on the table for discussion, and but I do like your idea of setting up a committee, and I really hope that we pursue that in another discussion. That's on the agenda, maybe for next committee of the whole.
Mr. Townsend wanted to speak next.
If you don't mind, Bill. Thank you. I don't know where we're going with this particular document, but there are some things in here that I think that might be going beyond our scope and might be, can it be inserted into our working arrangement, how we go about completing our tasking as far as complete streets. I just don't think we need to get boiled down in specifics like, contacting a department head, et cetera, in the ordinance.
And I'll just say that this, I sort of found a few samples, and I wholesale cut and pasted. Originally, back in February, when I presented this, we had a motion passed unanimously to have the attorney review it, so we could have had a full discussion. So this is just something to throw darts at and I'm not wedded to a single word in here. The concept is there of a committee coming up with a network plan, and then somehow we're going to have reporting process, but.
I appreciate your effort, and like I said, I didn't know where we were going with this, but I wanted to caution based on some of the things.
Don't vote for this today.
Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Geralds, I'll give you the choice to speak or let Mr. Reynolds speak. He, I think, wanted to respond.
Well, I wanted to briefly state that I too would support the idea of putting together a committee to do that, because it sounds to me like we're trying to retrofit an old city. And in addition to that, a committee would help us in terms of reviewing the maps so that the overlapping of state roads versus city roads, the committee takes care of all of that, because there are some places that we won't be able to go with our plan. So if the committee takes this on and bring back to us their findings for our approval, I think that would be an ideal approach, to let the committee review the maps, identify the state roads from the city roads or county roads, find out what our capabilities really are in the city of Pensacola. Thank you.
Mr. Weiss.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to thank Mr. Reynolds and the mayor for working on this resolution and bringing us a step closer to the Complete Streets concept. I know that in our discussions, the Complete Streets Coalition has people available. I think there's a person in Tallahassee is the closest that can actually come and create a workshop atmosphere for the citizens and council or this committee that we're discussing having. And that may be the next step in our process as well, is form this committee, have this workshop, and have it be hosted, because one of the most important parts of this, the resolution is wonderful in creating the policy, but it's actually having the ordinance in place, because it puts in place what we expect and demand for our community, and that's how policies are driven on up to the state level and further, really, and how we affect change on a local level that will eventually make changes on a statewide level even. So I'd like to see us move towards an ordinance, accept this resolution today, and also, I don't know if it needs to be a separate motion to establish that committee. I think it's a wonderful idea to have someone from Parks and Rec on board, someone from the EAB, someone from the Office of Sustainability.
That I want to recommend here in a moment.
Okay, and that we've got the Regional Planning Council, the Bike Ped Committee. There's all kinds of resources out there that we don't want to miss. The West Florida Wheelmen, I think, the cyclists in town. There's a lot of people that we should be engaging in that as part of that committee. So if we don't want to structure it too tightly, just say a committee and we can figure out what and who.
Okay. Mr. Reynolds.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'm excited to hear the discussion, because this is exactly the next steps that you want to take. This is your big blue arrow in military parlance, which means that this is the direction we're going. Okay, and so the council is saying, this is what we want to do. Now, what are the next steps? And so I think that's great. That's exactly what we should be thinking about, having that input, calling on those experts that we know. But this, just so everybody understands, that's not the purpose of this particular. This is the starting point. This is that big blue arrow.
Yep. Okay, let's just go ahead and get this vote out of the way, and then I'll make a suggestion on the committee structure. Yes, sir.
I hope we can have some ground rules about the composition and the makeup of this particular advisory group or committee. I don't want to see uptown, in-town, as you call it, and a linkage to in-town to downtown, and not cutting over to the west side of town.
I agree.
So I want to have some inclusion of everybody.
That's right.
Because we ride bicycles over there. It might not be as expensive as in-town and downtown, but we want to ensure that, we can ride our tricycles over. So, but I just want to be inclusive. We just got through talking about inclusion. So we need to start thinking that when we set up these committees, let's get the voice of those folks over here on the west side.
Yes, ma'am.
Good evening. My name is Doris Hayes. Good evening, President Hall and Council Committee members. I would like to ask you a question on this. Before you accept this resolution to establish this policy, does that mean that, you all are talking about the bicycle and the walkway, and will that mean also that we would have sidewalks on both sides of the street. I know we talked about that a couple of weeks ago with the council meeting, and will that included that? Would that also, will y'all be doing a study on that also with this policy? You know, I mean, you're saying bicycle, the walkway and riding with the bicycles and the walkway and the public transit. So I just want to make some clarification on the, does that mean that, you know, would the sidewalks be on both, would it be sidewalks on both sides so that people, you know, children can ride the bicycles, not in the streets, but on the sidewalk?
Mr. Reynolds.
Did I lose anybody on that?
Thank you, Mr. President. The issue of sidewalks is really more of a monetary issue than anything else. There are still large areas of this city that do not have any sidewalks.
I know.
And so until we can achieve the goal of having sidewalks in those areas that are requested and wanted, as opposed to some areas which clearly do not want them, it would be tough from an administrative standpoint to put sidewalks on both sides of a street, knowing that there are other areas of the city that don't have any sidewalks at all. And so our focus will be, frankly, to address those needs first. And then as we go down the road, certainly look at, there may be some areas where the neighborhoods do want sidewalks on both sides, and then we would take a look at it at that point.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
And I know that, yeah, Ms. Heyer, as Mr. Kobe pointed out to me a couple of times when I was trying for some sidewalks, and I was successful on a couple of occasions, and we were able to get the funding from the state for those on both sides of 9th Avenue, which were sorely needed. It's a state highway. But many people don't know this, but we have an ordinance in the city that sidewalks that go on private property are supposed to be put in. I mean, it's really, I think, a violation for you not to have one, but that we require every property owner to install their own sidewalk. I'm not going to go down that road. I'm here today, but it is an ordinance, and people come to us asking for sidewalks all the time, but it's been on the books for a very, very long time. So, Ms. Heyer.
Thank you, President Hall and Council. If you'll all remember back to, I believe it was January, Thursday night meeting, there was a very excellent presentation made by Christian Wagley representing 350 Pensacola about complete streets. And what we have here is just, it's like complete streets super light. And if this is, as Mr. Reynolds said, a blue arrow, that's fine. But I would like to see you not leave this meeting today without establishing this committee that you referred to. The whole complete streets concept goes well beyond what this ordinance or what this recommendation covers. And if you think back again to the January presentation, that covered a lot of things other than just bicycles, other than walking. It also includes an integrated transit. And there are the complete streets. It does mean something fairly specific, and some of you I know have seen cities in this country and particularly in Europe that have implemented true complete streets, and you know what those can accomplish for a city. Yes, it's expensive, but if we have money to rebrand our city and to spend on logos, I think we can spend some money on at least coming up with a plan for a complete transit program for the citizens of the city. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. All right, here we just need to go ahead and dispose of the motion. So all in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously. My idea for the committee is just for right now, and I'm thinking out loud, Mr. Townsend, Mr. Spencer, Dr. Pratt, and Ms. DeWeese seem to have the most interest in this. And
excuse me,
yeah.
I've been bringing up complete streets from day one on my tenure here at City Council.
Okay,
I don't know if you were listening.
Well, then why don't we have a committee of 5 then, and each one of you can name one citizen out there to participate in. So it'd be a committee of 10, and you guys set your own agenda, have your own time meeting, and so, and I would think that the mayor would want to have somebody there to be the 11th person. Dr. Wu.
Just a suggestion with John 324, we have the 5 committee members. Shouldn't the folks who are not on the committee be able to nominate citizens?
Okay, okay. You're going to represent the mayor in that? Okay, okay.
Yeah, we'll certainly have mayoral representation, but more importantly, staff available to work through the issues.
Right. Okay. Dr. Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. And my understanding is that in order for us to create committees, we do it by ordinance. And so I would think that the most proper way of doing this would be to maybe have Mr. Messer review the, whatever language I have or something, so we can have an official ordinance to make the committee.
I think that's true for standing committees, but for an ad hoc committee, I don't think you need that.
And, well, I guess, though, before we go off and just establish it, it would be nice for us to have some guidelines of, I don't know, I just think that, I know that I'm not wedded to all the words here.
One of the reasons I nominated you for that committee is because I think that you guys can come up with your guidelines.
Okay, that'll be fine.
So, Ms. Dubuson.
Again, in the effort to try to keep this council moving forward on this great direction that you're going, since you've appointed 5 or asked for 5 members to be in there, could you not go on and make it a formal committee and let them establish the process and come up with the guidelines and work through, so that rather than waiting for Mr. Messer, who hasn't had time since I believe it was February, to review it, maybe you could get some other legal entities in there if need be to just expedite things.
I think that's what I just said. So.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Are you including the workshop? We have money in our budget that maybe we could allocate to have that person come if there's an expense?
How much money would you
I don't
like?
know. I can check on that before Thursday's meeting and find the price of that. It's a day-long workshop with the citizens towards the end of our...
I'll take that to the mayor and ask him to send us that money over, rather than taking it out of our existing budget. Okay? Because I'm hoping we can use some of our other existing budget to help new council executive hire somebody to work with them too. So, okay, so who are the 5 I named? Ms. Myers, Mr. Weiss, Dr. Pratt, Mr. Spencer, and Mr. Townsend. Okay, do you guys have a problem then? We're going to have a mayoral representative on there. Do you guys have a problem of naming one person each to join you on the committee, or do you want the 4 of us that aren't on it to do it? The reason I would rather have you guys do it is you already have some ideas about the people that should be included. I don't, as in, okay, all right.
I know.
Okay, now.
I like that.
Yes, sir, please.
And I like what the committee's doing and everything, but I just want to make one statement. I had lunch today with a gentleman today who said he does not want a sidewalk. And so people have to keep in mind there are people who live here who do not wish to have a sidewalk. And the only thing is we have 5 people who are very enthusiastic for the idea, but I encourage you to please keep that in mind as you do your work. Thank you.
My neighborhood, there's 85 houses there, and there's not a single house that wants a sidewalk. Yeah. Mr. Spencer.
Yeah, I'm just reminded, as Councilman Wu just pointed out, it's just always the responsibility that I repeat to remind me how I'm supposed to take action, and that is for the city as a whole and not the individual. That helps me as best as I can to keep my path from being quite as serpentine as it already is.
Yes.
I think we should go ahead and get the committee formed, and the committee can talk about process, how the committee's going to work, and in the process of doing this, obviously, I think that we need to prioritize where we put sidewalks. For instance, schools should be a top priority, safe route to schools, that gets us federal money. And also, that's where usually the greatest need is when it comes to sidewalks and then looking at communities, especially the older communities that have really deteriorated sidewalks. We have an infrastructure that really needs to be repaired. Not necessarily new stuff put down, but a lot of repairing to an old infrastructure, especially downtown on the west side. So anyway, I think we need to just get the committee going, and that's the first step.
Well, what I intend on doing here is, yes, sir.
Mr. President, I was just going to suggest that prior to taking any action, it might be appropriate to actually have this as a listed discussion item in regards to establishing a committee that will also allow staff the opportunity to take a look at what other cities have done, can bring some recommendations forward, as opposed to just creating something ad hoc.
Okay, but I just hate to slow down this process. Everybody's anxious to get going. Yeah.
I have the utmost respect for our number one the ranked candidate for city administrator, the one that won in the national search. I really, and rarely have I found myself on the opposite side of his guidance and opinion, but I'm ready for us to take action.
Yeah.
And I think that this committee will not endanger the citizens nor put the staff in any sort of compromising position. Let's launch this.
And I'm going to go out on a limb here, and you guys get to elect your own chairperson, but I'm going to designate Dr. Pratt here to be the one to organize the first meeting, and then and come up with an agenda, and then from that you guys can elect your chair. Is that okay? If there's no objection?
Sure.
And if there's no objection, we don't need a vote on that. Is that right? There we go. Okay, we're good to go. Next item, sir. Go.
Erica's like, why don't you go along?
Thank you, Mr. President. The next item on the agenda is subject request for license to use 407 TAC B Palafox Place. The recommendation is that City Council approve the request for a license to use a portion of the Palafox Place right-of-way for the placement of tables and chairs and out-swinging doors.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Discussion. Mr. Townsend.
Thank you, Mr. President. Does this have any conflict or any variance from all that long discussion that we had last week?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Vice President. This would fall in the same suit as the previous, if you'll remember at the last council meeting, you took a look at it and decided that a 90-day period was sufficient as we were beginning to take a look at some of the issues that DIB had brought forward, and we're looking at changing the ordinances. And so this certainly would be one of those where it might be appropriate to do the same in this case.
Do we need an amendment to what we got here?
Yes, sir.
I certainly offer that amendment that this motion be limited to the 90 days from our approval.
And I second that motion.
Okay. Dr. Pratt.
I'm in support of that, and I just wanted clarification from Mr. Reynolds, though. We're part-time, and we look to the professional staff for their clear advice. And is this recommendation, as it was written, the administration's recommendation, or do you prefer the 90-day amendment? I know we can vote against you, but we do look to you for, advice.
Yeah, and thank you, Dr. Pratt, because I think it's important to recognize that we brought forward what went through the planning board.
Okay.
Now, that doesn't mean that once it gets to the floor here, that there shouldn't be some amendments to that. And the one thing that I'm very conscious of is I don't want to be accused, well, let me set that aside. We want to make sure that when something comes forward, it's very transparent. Everybody understands exactly what's happening. So if, for example, we arbitrarily decide to bring something in for 90 days based upon what council previously had decided, I have no doubt that somewhere somebody would say, why are you doing that for? What this does is it allows us to bring the same things, the same type of issues that we brought before the council before, remind the council of the action they took, and then, have council make a determination. But it's not administration doing that. We're bringing forward the proposal based upon the proposal that came from Planning Board.
And I guess my concern is partially how we read these things, because I exchanged emails with Mr. Reynolds today, and I got the sense from him that what he thinks is probably the right thing to do is our current motion. And I think that it...
You mean as amended?
As amended,
Okay,
yeah.
right.
And I think it puts us in an awkward position in that, when we see something recommended with his signature next to it, it makes us think that he actually prefers what was written there. And I just think we need to take a closer look at the process of how things are written for our agendas. And if it is that we just pass things from the planning board, then maybe it should be clearly indicated. And it's a bigger conversation, but I guess when I look at a recommendation, and this isn't the first time we've had something that said it's a recommendation and it really wasn't clearly a recommendation. I just think we need to have a conversation, maybe just the president and Mr. Reynolds can discuss how these recommendations are written so that we can rely that this is what the professional staff believe is the appropriate thing to do in this case. Thank you.
Makes sense. Mr. Reynolds?
I'm sorry, sir, I didn't hear you.
I said that makes sense what Dr. Pratt said, but I know you wanted to respond.
Actually, no.
Okay, great. Yes, Mr. Townsend.
I could be either way on this. I can see some of the planning board members raising some concerns as why do you need us if you're going to change everything that we bring forth? If there are some extenuating circumstances regarding whatever we are looking at, and staff recognizes that, I think it's incumbent upon them to tell us is the reason why. Now, this immediately jumped dead out at me because
Right.
I recall that's what we made a change last time. So I don't have any issue with that kind of thing because I hate to serve on a committee and knowing I'm just sitting there and then somebody going say, hey, no.
But we're undoing what they did anyway already now, so.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I don't have a problem.
Mr. President, if I may, the only thing I'll say is that I'm very comfortable with bringing something here before this council and making a recommendation that it be changed. And the reason for that is because then everybody understands exactly what's going on, they can ask questions about it, and then we can move forward. As opposed to us making a unilateral change, whether or not it's based upon previous actions of this council, because frankly, that doesn't mean much. We can bring something one week and then we can have a different suggestion the next week. And so I've got no problem making sure that we bring something and that it has a full vetting process and then you ultimately make the call.
Good call. Okay. So what we're doing now is just to vote on the amendment. This is not on the main motion to accept Mr. Spencer's amendment. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That passes 6-0. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Weiss, and Mr. Gerald's absent. Okay, so now it brings us back to the main motion as amended. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That passes unanimously. Okay, number 7, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President. Subject number 7, request for license to use 407 Tax C and D Palafox Place. The recommendation is that City Council approve the request for a license to use a portion of the Palafox Place right-of-way for the placement of outdoor seating and outswinging doors.
I'd like to make a motion to amend it to...
Well, we have to have a motion first before we amend it.
All right.
Or move that we do exactly what it says for 90 days.
Yeah, okay.
Okay.
I got you. Is that what you're wanting to say?
Yes.
And then I'll second it.
Okay, so there's a motion and a second. I have a little bit of a problem with the swinging doors out part, but I'm going to support it because I know we've already discussed it. And I don't want to.
Swinging doors for 2 hours.
Yeah, I know. I'm not going to go there. I'm just going to go ahead and support it. Mr. Weiss, we're on item 7.
Oh, goodness, we're getting fast in our
And so,
late hour.
and it's been amended to previous language we had last month about the 90 days. So, okay. Public want to speak? All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? That passes unanimously, and Mr. Johnson's absent for the vote. Number 8, sir.
Subject, Airport Supplemental Agreement for Florida Department of Transportation's Joint Participation Agreement, Acquire Land Commerce Park Project. The recommendation is the City Council authorize the mayor to accept a supplemental joint participation agreement from the Florida Department of Transportation, FDOT, or Joint Participation Agreement, JPA number 4203-001-9401, in the amount of $1,200,000 for additional funding of the Acquire Land Commerce Park Project.
He's reading number 9 on the agenda.
On the revised one here, it's number 8.
I just loaded it right before the
Or
meeting.
you're talking about Aero, Pensacola? Okay.
Did I?
Yeah.
You said
Okay.
9 is why he went to.
Oh, I'm sorry.
My apologies for going out of order.
No,
That's
no,
actually
no,
number
no,
9.
sir. Apparently, it was my fault.
I tried to stop you, but you
roll.
were on a roll, right?
Do you want me to go back to 8?
No, since you've already read that, sir, we'll do 9 first. Okay? All right. So is there a motion?
Move to approve.
Second.
Motion and a second. We do have a quorum here. Okay, any discussion? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That passes unanimously. Mr. Johnson, Mr. Spencer, Dr. Pratt, and Ms. Myers absent for the vote. Okay.
All right, Mr. President, the previous thing on the agenda, subject, Aero Pensacola Limited Liability Corporation Consent and Estoppel Agreement. The recommendation is the City Council authorize the mayor to execute written consent of Aero Pensacola Limited Liability Corporation Consent and Estoppel Agreement as provided under its lease and operating agreement with the City of Pensacola.
Move the approval.
There's a motion. Second. Discussion. Audience? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That passes 6-0. Mr. Spencer, Dr. Pratt, Ms. Myers absent for the vote. Number 10.
Item 10, subject Economic Development Ad Valorem Tax Exemption E-Date Extension Referendum. The recommendation is that City Council authorize the mayor to coordinate with the Supervisor of Elections to place the question of renewal of the Economic Development Ad Valorem Tax Exemption on a referendum of city precincts in the November 2012 general election and approve the city ballot language recommended by the mayor.
Motion and a second. Discussion. Yes, sir.
Somebody had mentioned that there's a possibility of doing some advertising to get this favorable press. And I think the dilemma we face is the city is forbidden, because of legislation passed a couple of years ago, for advocating for anything. So somebody made a suggestion, perhaps letting the chamber take the lead or whatever. But
Yes, sir, and the chamber also was very helpful with the county's effort in this regard, and so, absolutely.
Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay. Yeah, Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. President. Do we have a list of who's participated in this E-Date to date since the last passing of this?
We do have the last 3 years, Councilman Johnson is actually in the memo there. We've got
I see it now. Yeah, Rodney Rich, I got you, okay.
Promenade Corporation, Rodney Rich, Landworks Investments LLC, and DePaul Enterprises LLC.
Okay, I apologize, I overlooked that. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
Okay. Audience? All in favor? Aye. All opposed? That passes on a vote of 5-0. Ms. Myers,
Ever-changing.
Mr. Gerald, Dr. Pratt, and Mr. Spencer absent for the vote. Okay. Attorney communications. Action. Nothing. Discussion items. Financial report. 9 months ending June 30th, 2012.
Thank you, Mr. President. At this time, I'd like to introduce, or bring forward, I shouldn't say introduce, but Mr. Dick Barker, who is the city's financial guru. That's his new title, by the way.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds. I appreciate it. Mr. President, members of council. I've given you a quick update on the general fund activities at the monthly report, but this is the third quarter report. The next report you'll have is after we close the books. Usually sometime in December, I bring that report forward. And just to review with council, we continue to feel the effects of the downturn in the economy, and we have done a supplemental budget resolution in June to adjust revenues to date for the shortfall that we had anticipated in the general fund. And we are continuing to look at our revenue sources and how they're coming in and report to council monthly on those. And just generally, franchise fees and public service taxes are down from the adjusted budget by about $27,000. The half-cent sales tax is down by about $27,600. The communication services tax is down about $10,000. Municipal revenue sharing is about $10,900. And all those are anticipated to still be within expenditure savings that we can find by the end of the fiscal year. And then expenditures are below budget with the exception of the transfer to the Stormwater Capital Project Fund, and that's over budget by about $122,000. And we're continuing to look at all positions before we bring anyone on board to the city. And then the balances in the Tree Planting Trust Fund, revenues and expenditures are recorded in the general fund. But interest income, we received $6,738. Expenses and encumbrances today are $25,523. And encumbrances are $674,695. The unencumbered balance in that tree planting trust fund. Yes, sir.
Yeah, let me, I noticed some trees going in on Lakeview in the medium there. Who is responsible for identifying those areas that need trees, and then I'm sure it comes out of that tree fund, correct? You know what I'm talking about, Mr. Parker?
I understand on Lakeview, I see them going in when I'm going back and forth to work. I assume that is the Public Works Department that's responsible for those, Mr. Garza. So I can get with him and give you an update.
So Mr. Barker decides where we need the trees, and then he puts in a request for funds to out of the tree fund to plant those?
I'm not sure those came out of the tree fund. I'll have to let you know if they did, because council approves what projects come from the tree fund, and I just don't remember if the Lakeview was, because some trees are replaced from the operating budget also.
Yeah, I was just trying to, I thought maybe that was the process. I was just kind of curious how that worked. Thank you.
Right.
Mr. President, before we get off the tree fund, I'm sorry I was out of the room, but how did those trees get planted on Lakeview Avenue? I mean, how did that?
I'll have to find out and report back to you. I'll get with Mr. Reynolds, and he can get with the appropriate department. I believe it's Public Works. I count for the dollars, but operationally, I don't necessarily know the operations of.
So Public Works, you think they make the decision?
I think Public Works would be the one.
Well, it would be nice if council knew exactly what the process is for requesting trees, who makes that decision.
Right. There is a process for if they're coming out of the Tree Planting Trust Fund. Other areas of the city, I'm not sure exactly how that's done, but I'll get with Mr. Reynolds and have the appropriate department get with the mayor's office, and he'll report.
Okay, thank you.
In the Park Purchases Fund, the contributions plus interest income is only $27. Expenditures and encumbrances are $21,964, and the unencumbered balance is $38,068. On our special revenue funds, the local option gasoline tax fund, revenues are below budget by about $15,100, but expenditures are expected to be within budget. West Florida Public Library revenues are consistent with the budget, with the exception of the Escambia Library grant that really passes through the Escambia County from the state, and those revenues are anticipated to exceed by $16,600. Historically, those funds go to books, and then expenditures are consistent with budget. Stormwater Utility Fund revenues of $2,531,603 represents over 100% of collection. It's about $122,000 more than we had budgeted, and expenditures are consistent with budget. The golf course expenditures exceed revenues by $92,200, and that's before the general fund budgeted subsidy of $82,500. And there is a capital surcharge, and we've collected to date $30,636. The expenditures look like they'll be consistent with budget at fiscal year end. And on the concessionaire, there was an issue with flooding out at the golf course. He has been given a waiver of 50% of his June rent, which is still due, and he also owes us for his July rent. But there was some flooding there that needed to be repaired and things done, and that's why the 50% reduction in his June lease payment. The inspections fund is doing very well, as Mr. Weeks reported to you at the budget workshop that we had. Continues to be positive, mainly from commercial construction, but its revenues exceeded expenditures by about $173,000 through the third quarter, and expenditures are consistent with budget. The Roger Scott Tennis Center total revenues are consistent with budget. Membership fees have increased slightly over the previous year, so we're seeing some growth there, and expenditures are expected to be within budget at fiscal year end. Local option and sales tax fund revenues are below budget, about $67,500, and expenditures expected to be consistent with budget. I mention this every time. I don't know if it's going to happen before the end of the fiscal year, but at some point, because we have moved projects forward, we will be using the pool cash of the city, and it could affect your fund balance to be negative. But over the 10-year life of the program, we're still anticipating revenues and expenditures to be in line. And then Stormwater Capital Project Fund, the transfer equal to revenue collection. And again, that one's going to be up about $122,000 in expenditures consistent with budget. The enterprise fund, as you're aware, we've had some issues at the gas enterprise. The new rate structure that the council did approve to put in is certainly helping to mitigate those flows of revenues and cash coming into the system. Expenses and encumbrances were below revenue and fund balance by $2.2 million. And lower cost of gas, warmer winter has caused a couple of things to happen. One, we're extending the WNA, the weather normalization feature, all the way through September this year, and also in order to collect funds that we were short on our reserve, about 10 cents per CCF. And we have recouped about 1.3 million of the 4 million that we're short. And I'd explained to council this would be over a few fiscal years before we anticipate being back to the level of reserve that we should have at ESP. But I do want to report that to you each quarter as we're monitoring how close we are getting to that reserve. Sanitation is also doing very well. Revenues and fund balance exceed expenses and encumbrance by $550,300. Expenditures are going to be consistent with revenues at year end. And the code enforcement revenues, the rate went into effect, the increase effective in January instead of October. So when you're looking at the statement, it does look like they're behind, but in essence, since the rate did not go into effect till January, we'll make the adjustment on the budget before the end of the fiscal year. Port of Pensacola is also doing very well. Revenues exceeded expenses and encumbrances by $413,600. And revenues are also above the fiscal 11 level at this time by about $229,000. And it's mainly because of offshore inland marine and the GE exports that we have there. Expenses are fine, anticipate to be fine by the end of the fiscal year. There are two lease payments to the companies, Northwest Florida Cold Storage and Offshore Inland Marine, that are behind on their lease payments to us. The port is working with them. On one of those, they're working with legal to send a letter to the company. The other one, they're working, and they think that they will pay. But we'll keep that, looking at that and inform council where we are at the end of the next quarter.
I'm really quite surprised by the bottom one on the list, because they seem to be having a very, very robust year. If they've given any reasons why they're late, I'm sure it's not monetary.
Now, sometimes it's just timing issues, but council wants to know exactly how far they have been very good on their payments, but, and the port feels very positive that they will collect the money when paid, but really they just have gotten behind this quarter.
All right. I know I'm not part of the mayor's staff, but I'll make a call on that.
Right, okay. And then the airport fund, the expenses and encumbrances exceeded the revenue and fund balance by $863,000. That's mainly due to a principal payment that was made early in the year. We expect that to catch up by the end of the fiscal year, and the airport to be fine by fiscal year in closing. And all in all, the airport has had some issues with bigger planes being pulled out and smaller planes put in. That's affected our revenue, and I know that Ms. Crawford and the consultant is working and looking at the rates at the airport as it relates to the airlines, as they do every time this year. And just to remind council, the rate ordinance that you have, the agreement you have with the airlines, is that the airport is self-balancing in effect. They will adjust the rates that are necessary in order to make us balanced at the end of the fiscal year if necessary.
What do you mean by tights of that, Brad?
I'll do my best. As the chief financial officer on this, I saw Ms. Crawford, I think she just left. But they had larger planes with more seats that they come in to, and they have brought in some smaller jets. And of course, part of the rate is the landed rate that they charge, and of course the heavier planes, we were getting more landed weight off of those. But it was just, for efficiencies and trying to get the planes in full capacity when they leave here from the part of the airlines, but it has affected our revenue. If passengers in total increase and they're totally full, it wouldn't necessarily have an impact. But with the smaller planes, and there are some vacant seats and the lighter weight, that does cause issue with less revenue to the airport.
Thank you.
And then the internal service funds are your insurance retention fund, and your engineering and mailroom, central garage are all part of this, and all these funds are billed out to the other funds of the city. The investment schedules and debt schedules are in the report for council's review. And then just to give council an overview, and I know this is sort of hard to see, but it's just representing where we began in fiscal year 2012, the current budget the council has made amendments to, our projected how we're going to end up at the end of the year, and then that all compared to the proposed budget that council saw a few weeks ago when we went through the budget workshops. And with that, if you have any questions, I'll be glad to answer them.
Council, Ms. Dugason.
On one of the slides, you were showing under expenditures, and I was looking for the employment numbers. Since we have so many open positions, I would have expected for us to have a little bit of a surplus revenue there, and it doesn't show that. Am I correct there? So we are actually expending the monies that would have been in hand for those positions that we currently have available, like all the department heads and the different rotating positions that in the last few months we've had people in and out of. Those monies are not accruing towards the future. They're actually being expended in other positions.
I'll try to explain as it relates to the general fund. We had about $1.2 million in June that revenues declined by. All of that came from vacancy, so the budget personal services budget in the departments were reduced by that $1.2 million to offset the revenue shortfall. As we're looking at it now, in total, it looks like about $760,000 fund balance that we'll have, difference between revenue and expenses as we close out the year based on the current projections.
Okay, so that if we did have the positions of all those department heads and the other positions filled, we would actually be running over at this point?
Well, part of the process that we manage the budget, you have your revenues and expenses.
Right.
And we look at the positions before they're filled, and purposely plan to leave certain positions vacant till we see how the revenues come in each year. But in your example, if every position was filled from October 1st through September 30th, which never happens, but if it was, then because of the revenue shortfall of $1.2 million that we had this year from budget, then adjustments would have to be made, or fund balance reserves would have to be pulled down.
Okay. I guess I was just trying to see if there was a correlation between the positions that I can say critical in the departments that are not being filled and the budget overall. And you're saying that we're just taking whatever's left and pushing it forward until such time as it becomes critical enough to the mayor to fill those positions.
Each position is reviewed, and a determination is made position by position whether it will be filled. So
Okay.
It's not just we just leave them, but a purpose decision is made to leave those vacant or which ones to fill. And some are allowed to be filled, mainly your police and fire and critical areas, and those are filled. The other departments are also reviewed, and determinations are made on those.
Okay. Could you tell me in the Office of Sustainability, then, do we currently have anyone salaried as Office of Sustainability, or is that position now gone?
No, ma'am. The position down in, I think it's in the planning area, that is Office of Sustainability, there is a person that has been hired in that position.
And that person was hired after our sustainability individual resigned, or before the sustainability person
No,
resigned?
ma'am, it was after the sustainability person resigned.
It was after. Okay. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
Just quick question, back to the shortfall in our sales tax. That's the local option sales tax, right?
Yes, sir, that's correct.
What's that number, Mr. Barker?
About $67,000, I think.
And that's, we, the city, get 1/2 of 1% of the 1.5% that's tagged on to the state of Florida 6%. Am I right?
I think we only get about 17 or 18% of that, don't we?
No, city gets.
Well, we get a full 1%.
I thought the school board gets.
For the county.
For the county,
and
we
then,
get half.
Then it's based on population between city and county. The school board is a separate 1/2 cent.
Right, of the 1.5%.
Yes. And so, because of our declining population or the county's growing population, I had a chart at the budget workshop that showed that we started at something like 19% we were getting, and it's down to somewhere in the 13, 14%, 15% level now that we're getting, and it's of total proceeds. So it really doesn't matter where you spend your dollar at as it relates to the sales taxes anywhere in Escambia County, then it's based on population.
So even though 80% of the sales tax revenue in Escambia County is collected within the city limits, we, by state statute, have to allow the county to have everything that resides outside of the city of Pensacola.
Not exactly, no, sir. It's by population.
Well, that's what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
And they get the 86%.
Right.
They
get their by population.
Yeah.
Doesn't matter where the dollar's sent. Yes, sir.
And that's by state statute. There's nothing we can do about it.
And I'm just constantly reminded that the trend in online purchasing is just going to continue to put downward pressure on that, regardless of population. I'm just looked up a statistic that by the year 2014, some analysts expect that the American consumer will be purchasing 8% of their product online. And so how are you all as directors, certainly that must be some of the scuttlebutt that you're discussing.
All the states are very sensitive to that, and there's been discussions about that. They're required to pay. The question is, how do you monitor that, and how many really do pay?
Right.
And so it's really going to take a collective effort of all the states to come up with some effort, but Florida is really on the forefront of looking at those issues.
Currently, there are 12 states, as I understand, that are actively involved in litigation. But I just want to say that number is just going to continue to be hampered, that revenue source.
Yeah, when I first started addressing this about 5 years ago with Mr. Barker, I was just outraged that we didn't have a mechanism in place to where we could go and check the receipts, of all the vendors in town so that we would be able to collect our fair share. One is state statute, and the reason for it is because a lot of these, especially the big box stores, their headquarters is in Bentonville, Arkansas, or they're headquartered in Chicago or New York, and that's where the tax bill is going to and the revenue coming from. So it's really hard to track down exactly where those purchases were made. Still doesn't make me happy, though. Seems grossly unjust.
And I think I forgot to give my disclaimer. These are just quarterly budget to actual reviews, and the financial statements of the city will be presented later, the comprehensive annual financial report.
Well, Mr. Barker, thank you.
Yes, sir. Thank you.
Okay. All right. Mr. Reynolds, could we have Mr. Weinecke come up?
Yes, sir. At this point, if we could have Mr. Weinecke come up and we can talk a little bit about abandoned cemetery upkeep and some of the opportunity, if you will, that the city has in regards to helping out in that particular area. Mr. Weinecke.
Yeah, Mr. Townsend wants to open this up for you.
Yeah, he probably we're going to discuss it, but in looking at the write-up, council wrote the Division of Family Funeral Cemeteries and Consumer, and indicated that we did not get a response, but made the assumption, I'm assuming that was the final thought about it, that they weren't expecting a response, but filled with a follow-up letter requesting some sort of yes or no answer. If that's an option, we need to know whether it's still on board.
Thank you, Councilman. I framed the letter since it was increasingly difficult to find anybody to respond in the first place, either by telephone or correspondence, because no one wants to take responsibility for these particular cemeteries. I framed the letter in terms of, based on our previous correspondence, our previous efforts in telephonic communications, if you don't respond within 10 days, I'll simply assume it's a denial. And of course they didn't respond. I assumed it was a denial. And so in my opinion, we don't need a follow-up letter, but I'd be delighted to do that. I think it'd be fruitless.
In as much as he came over here, normally, from what I read, he came over here and looked. I don't think it would hurt to try to see if you, one more inquiry and say, are you or you're not? Let him say no.
Yeah, whatever the council decides is fine.
Well, the reason Mr. Weinecke is here because there's been several efforts made in historic cemetery between A and B streets just south of Lloyd. I think Mr. Spencer's predecessor had taken her stab at it. I think Mr. Gerald's has brought it up a couple of times. 10 times.
Mr. Townsend is
Mr. Townsend. I know Mr. Spencer got 50 Marines out there one day to spend an entire day cleaning it up. And the really sensitive part about this issue, no one wants to go on record of code violating a church, but the church owns it, has responsibility for it, And what I would hope is that the council would support, aggressive action on the part of the mayor's staff, and hopes that we might be able to forgive, any fines that happen, as long as there is a plan in place for that to be maintained, and for that cemetery to be maintained. Not only is it a blight on the neighborhood, but it's very disrespectful to the people who have families that are buried there. One of the chief complainants to me about it, and I'm sure you guys have talked to him too, he, over the last several years, has literally spent thousands of dollars just trying to keep it where you can tell it's a cemetery. It's not pretty, it's almost like, looks like a bush hog's gone through there, I'm not sure what kind of implements they're using, but he's hired people to do it. He's done it himself. And I think it's just time now to get the owners to recognize their responsibility. And I know that the complainant doesn't want the city to do it, to be responsible for the upkeep. That's never, in fact, I asked him, I said, what do you want us to do? And he said, I want you guys to do nothing except use the tools that you have in place, and he just wants the owners to maintain it. So, Mr. Weineke.
Mr. President, that's a good direction. That's what we're looking. It's a touchy situation. We don't have the capability, we being the city, to handle this type of property. It's just because you can't go on it with bush hogs. You can't go on it on general maintenance. You're dealing with burial plots. You're dealing with people's relatives. You have to be very careful. You have vaults that might collapse. So it's a very time and labor intensive effort. The city just doesn't have that type of capability for this size of property. If we can't do it, I won't say we can't, but it's basically frugal to go after it on traditional code enforcement efforts, because that puts it right back on the city trying to maintain it. We're going to have to look at it under Florida statute, under STIF, where, we might be, we will have to go after religious organizations and other properties they hold. And, just cursory search on it, they do hold other properties. They have churches, they have a place in Cantonment, and the city can go after that property and go, we'll take over that property through a court of law to pay for the upkeep of the cemetery. But you're dealing with a political issue, and just want to you need to be aware of that.
So what
in essence, the gloves will have to come off.
So what are the you described that where we could go after other properties. So you're saying that our code enforcement policies would be insufficient, and that we'd have to use the state statute?
Our traditional means, where we, give the property owner a notice of violation. If they don't comply because it's vacant, we'll go clean the property. We just don't have that capability to clean the property and then assess them a fine and then put a lien on a cemetery, back to why would you want to put a lien on a cemetery? But we can go after the religious institution and say, you need to clean the property. We're going to take you to court, to circuit court, and we're going to try to get a judgment against you, and that judgment might include, we're going to go after other properties you own to pay for what it's going to cost to clean this cemetery and to keep it up. And they might go, okay, the city's serious now, we need to take action.
Okay. Would you like to speak, ma'am?
Well, I support what Mr. Weineke is proposing. I think we need to get aggressive with this.
Okay. Ms. Dubuson.
Yes, I hesitate to rise again, but this came up at the Belmont DeVilliers Neighborhood Association meeting this past week, and a year and a half, 2 years ago, North Hill took a stab at it. It is not in either of our actual geographic boundaries, but it does impact all of our properties. And we were looking at doing a volunteer cleanup day between now and I think it was the second week of September, to try to do it. So we would like to know if, we should go on and do it, because if the city can't aggressively move forward, then our properties continue to be blighted by this situation. And I do understand what Mr. Weineke is saying, and it's a very effective lever, but if the bottom line is, we jump in and clean it up just in time for them to avoid it, then we're basically taking the lever away. So I think we would like some guidance. Do we go on and keep our property is, valued by cleaning someone else's mess, are you going to lose your leverage if we do it? I mean, it's kind of a catch-22 for us.
Well, and this is not meant to disparage any efforts that you've made or that the Marines have made, but because the place is now so far gone and having been ignored, that sometimes even after the crews have gone in there all day, it still technically doesn't meet the standard, and you're just trying to put a Band-Aid on there. So I would say that any efforts that you guys are doing right now would not interrupt whatever process the council decides to adopt, if they do adopt an aggressive approach.
Okay, I just want to make certain that it's not seen that we're trying to undermine the city, because all we're trying to do is get it into a safe and clean situation, for the impact of the neighborhood. Thank you.
Look, Mr. Gerald's go first.
Okay.
Yeah, you've already, yeah.
Thank you, Mr. President. And this is one of those topics, and pardon the pun, that we can put to rest. We've discussed this at least 8 times since 2002, and on down the line. We talk about it over and over, and we end up at the same spot, at a dead end. I looked over the material that was provided as we approached this subject to talk about it. And quite frankly, I like option number 2 of the 4 options presented. We've heard from Mr. Wernicke as it relates to some of the legal indications as to what we can do, how we can go about doing it. When you drive by the location of A and Gonzalez, there is a sign on that corner that refers to the AME Zion religious group who claim to be the owners. And as far back as I can remember, they have neglected their responsibility. Everybody recognizes that it is a blighted situation that can be solved. As I indicated, I like item number 2, utilization of incarcerated labor. Because you all know that every church in Pensacola, black church that is, that had a deceased member, that was the only place that we could bury people. Every church in this community has somebody there. But yet, they tend to wait for someone else to come and do it. The reason I like option number 2 is because the incarcerated labor, they're available. This is not back-breaking work. A few times a year, maintenance to bring them out, as they do with county road maintenance and other areas that they maintain. Those that live at the complex on Fairfield and H, where they go out during the day, they work, and then they return to the overnight house, whatever it is that you call it. But in item number 2, it indicates that the city currently provides $19,300 for funding per year to Clean and Green to assist in the various matters in terms of keeping it presentable. And then it goes on to say the Clean and Green's availability to provide maintenance is limited and accomplished through the utilization of volunteers. The volunteers are absent. We know that. If you think I'm lying, just drive by there and take a look at the graveyard. It's not a cemetery, it's a graveyard, because there is a distinction. Cemeteries are kept. Graveyards are just that. A yard where you put some graves and you don't cut it, you don't maintain it, you don't do anything. I would like to have us investigate the legality and the possibility of using incarcerated labor and stop going around and around in the same circle talking about who's going to do it, and no one's taking responsibility. And then we'll say, well, no one wants to put a lien on a cemetery because you don't want it. So if you put a lien and they don't pay, what are you going to do? You can't do anything. Their tax-exempt status, it appears that they assume that allows them to do nothing. So instead of continuing to look for a solution, we have available to us incarcerated labor or laborers. And in my opinion, that would be the best direction to go until, if at all, the responsible parties step up to the plate and take responsibility.
Well, you know, on the issue of not wanting a cemetery, I think that's the reason Mr. Weineke, and apparently he's done a lot of research on the nonprofit, and they do have other properties that even lie outside of the city that would be available for us to put a lien on. But I don't know that using that we couldn't use a couple of suggestions. I think even if we did use incarcerated labor to do this, that it wouldn't preclude us from, you know, exercising the Florida statute as well, that they, you know, they could go.
You're absolutely correct. I would go with both of those. But for the immediate solution, let's get some of those guys out. They'll get an opportunity to get plenty of exercise. And as I indicated, it's not back-breaking work, but it will get them out of their
How much does it cost us to use incarcerated labor?
I personally have never researched that, but it's.
I'm sure it's not free.
No, I'm sure there's a charge to it. It could be $5,000, it could be $50,000. I really don't know, but I'll be happy to reach out to the county and ask, you know, what they can do.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
I agree with you, Mr. President. I think we should try both of these, because you can't just go out and clean a piece of property one or two times. Property has to be maintained consistently. I've seen this, I'm constantly having to call code enforcement regarding abandoned property in my neighborhood. And Mr. Weineke, I even pay somebody because I get so embarrassed having to call your office regarding certain properties. I just go ahead and pay people to mow the right-of-ways. And I shouldn't have to do that, but there are just some people who, they don't care. They've abandoned the property, they've walked away from it. So the point is, you know, that this property requires continuous maintenance, and just having the you know, incarcerated labor out there, they might come out 2 or 3 years, but in the meantime, the grass will be 2 feet high, you know, and weeds will be everywhere, and it'll get out of hand. So what we want to do is, if we may have to use the incarcerated labor, to go out there and get it in a condition that's acceptable immediately. But then I think, like you said, use both of them, because, you know, this just has too much of a blighting impact on people, neighborhoods, and also I really feel badly for the families when I drive by cemeteries like that, and I see the condition they're in. So I think we should utilize both.
Do you need a vote from us, Mr. Reynolds, on this, or?
Actually, yes, Mr. President, we would like a vote because we want to move forward and we want to have the authority of council to do that.
Okay. Now, just a minute, Dr. Wood. The one thing is on using the incarcerated labor, I think that's a wonderful idea, but I don't want to bind us to that if there's going to be an expense that we just don't have the money for.
Yes, sir, and something that Mr. Weineke and I were just discussing here, that is also, that expense can also then be brought forward against the owners of the property as a valid expense for you know, I mean, so we can, but once again, it's going to require us then to take that, you know, as Mr. Weineke said, take the gloves off for that next step.
Okay.
Otherwise, we're just going to rack up bills, and we're going to continue to rely upon volunteers or the incarcerated labor that we're ultimately going to have to pay for, so.
Okay, Dr. Wood and Mr. Johnson.
I think you summarized it up pretty good, Mr. President. My concern is that my dilemma is being caught between the poor people who live around there and have to look at it all the time, and not wanting the city. I mean, once we cut it twice, do we then cut it 3 times? And does it become 3 times a year? then the point becomes, well, if I'm sitting in the other group, why should I have anybody go out there and cut it if the city's doing it for us? And I don't mind cleaning it up to get it presentable, but I don't want us to get in a position that we really then automatically or somehow assume the control and it becomes ours. So I think you put it very well.
All right, thank you, sir. Mr. Johnson.
Thank you, Mr. President. I wasn't going to speak on this, but I remember as a long-time board member of the Emerald Coast Keeper that we had actually some people helped us that were involved in community service. They were had issues, and I believe the court system put them in community service. Would this qualify as a project that maybe we could reach out to some of the judges here or the legal system, court system, for community service work? Is that an option?
I don't see why it wouldn't be. Depending on what council recommends, I'm going to research all aspects.
Yeah, I think that's another option, and I'm not sure how that legally worked. But there's people, that they're saying you need to do 40 hours of community service. Well, I can't think of a more, a better project than something like this. Well, there probably are, but this might be a valuable and worthy issue to try to get those folks involved in. Thank you.
Mr. Townsend.
Thank you. Follow up on what Mr. Reynolds stipulated, that even if we go in with incarcerated labor, there is an expense we're going to have to charge somebody. And following up what I thought I heard you say, and I guess I'm a little bit more broad as it relates to putting a lien on the church. I don't have any problem with that, especially if, in fact, you indicated that the church had other properties. I thought that's what I heard you say. Other properties that we could place a lien on. So they will be more inclined, I think, to try to respond in a different manner and do something about addressing the issue if we tie up some of their other properties. But if only it's the cemetery, they wouldn't care and they would just let it go.
That's exactly right.
If we can find that there's other properties that we can place a lien on, I wouldn't have any problem at all with it.
And I think there's also a fifth option. We could have them deeded over to St. Joe's, then you'd have two cemeteries to take care of.
Well, you see how we keep up.
All right.
Well, and this has happened before because actually this is nothing new. We've talked about these options in the past, and I like the one Mr. Johnson brings to the table, community service hours. But here again, that would have to be, it can be court-ordered by a judge, but it has to be coordinated to get enough people. Then the question of who will provide the equipment, the tools to do the job. Because you can't expect the person that's under a court order to come out with a lawnmower and a bush hog and all of that, all of those things. Attaching church properties, and I learned this with my big mouth when I suggested that a couple of the AME churches get together and address this issue. And then I learned that it was the AME Zion, which is a different faction of the AMEs. It's a whole, well, I learned that day, I was educated that afternoon, that there is AME, CME, and Zion, and there's a fourth one. So if you're thinking of attaching properties, you're going to have to find out. It's a lot of legwork and a lot of things to do. It's also been pointed out here this afternoon that if, in fact, the city takes over doing it, they're going to continue to do what they've done in the past, which is nothing. The reason we have it the way it is now.
Well, here's my suggestion. I want to make this kind of a broad suggestion for a motion, and that is that we ask the executive branch to take all necessary action, including the 4 options that have been described, to bring that cemetery in compliance. And so that would be what I'd recommend as a motion.
I'll make that motion.
Go ahead and then I'll make a comment.
Okay, is there a second?
Second.
Okay, yes, sir.
Well, let's face it. a special effort over the past few days, once I saw this on the agenda again, that it needs to be addressed. However, when we look around the room at the number of African-American people that were here, who I'm sure all of were aware of this item on the agenda, and then when we get to it, the people that should be concerned and interested in it, they're gone. Either we're going to continue to do what we've done over the past 8 years, or we're not going to do anything. We can put this item to rest. We say, well, we can attach their churches, we can do this, we can do that. Now that we have a motion on the floor, let's seriously take off the gloves and do what needs to be done.
Thank you.
And I understand that it's, and this is happening all over the state of Florida. And due to the Florida statutes and the rules and regulations, there's very little, we're limited in what we will be able to do as a city council without some legislative action. And the legislators are not dealing with it. We know that it is a blighted area in our city. The churches, in my opinion, are just simply absent. They will not do it, and they have demonstrated that time and time again. So take off the gloves. I probably need a club to get some action, and that's about the only way you're going to get some, is with a club. But there are some things that either we're going to take action or we're going to continue to look at it. And it's ridiculous that we have this conversation over and over and over about cemeteries. I mean, let's get off the mark. If they're responsible,
we
they
can
can
do that
do
with
it.
a vote. We can do that with a vote here.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Let's vote.
Is that sufficient for you, Mr. Reynolds?
Absolutely. Thank you, sir.
Okay. All in favor?
Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? Thank you very much.
I just had one quick question, and I support what we're trying to accomplish here. But Jeannie Roden, is that how I pronounce her last name? Councilman Gerald's?
Correct.
She had to leave to take care of a family member, but she had brought up a Texas cemetery, and she gets a letter every year from them, and it's a required contribution.
That was Doris Hayes.
Doris Hayes, I'm sorry. And that it would be a database that would be developed. So in trying to enforce this with the church and whoever the owner is, but also the family members that have a family member in the cemetery also participate. Once a database is developed, it would be easy to manage, and she had some information on that she wanted us to share. If she should give it directly to Mr. Reynolds.
I think that's an interesting concept, but what I learned as I toured that cemetery, that probably more than half of the burials there are unmarked and never were marked. And so it'd be really difficult to know who all the family members are.
Okay. I just wanted to bring it up.
Okay, sanitation. Mr. Moore.
President, City Council, there was a request to do a short sanitation services presentation at the budget workshop, so we're going to make this kind of quick. It was actually, the request was focused on recycling collection, but I just want to take you through a little bit. We only have 8 slides here, so it won't take long. 32 employees make up your sanitation services, and we function as 4 different divisions: garbage collection, recycling, yard trash, transfer station. We provide residents with a number of services. We touch every home in the city a few times a week. This past year, this is for a full 12 months of service. You can see the numbers that we collected of different tonnages. They're pretty, substantial for the 19,000 customers. Note the 4,444 tons of recyclables collected in 2011. We do 10 Mayor's Neighborhood cleanups, January through October. We've been averaging about 45 tons for each event. This past week, we did 91 tons in the July cleanup. So I think the cleanups are getting pretty established, that people understand that they're going to be there every month, and they're trying to, some of the neighborhood associations are trying to organize those cleanups to get more materials out, get a neighborhood cleanup type environment going. Our recycling rate continues to grow. We've had 2 full years, and this year we're still up another percentage. This is through the end of June, and we're at 24.4%. So 4% up from the first year we had the program in place. We have a contract with West Florida Recycling that sorts our recyclables and markets them. We get a share of that profit on the sale of recyclables based on a market index. And in 2011, our revenue share was $31,000. So far this year, and this is through May actually, $43,000, almost $44,000 in market share. The other big thing going on at sanitation is, earlier this year, council approved 5 CNG-powered automated garbage trucks for us to purchase. Citizens will be very happy to see those on the road, I'm sure. We will be happy to see those on the road. They're due here in September. Hopefully, we'll get them on schedule, and at least by the end of October, we should have them on the street. They will be quieter. They will, of course, get better fuel economy with a cheaper fuel. Well, not necessarily better fuel economy, but a cheaper fuel, which will result in less expense on the fuel and have some maintenance benefits as well. So with that, I told you it'd be short, and I'll answer any questions you may have.
Sam.
Thank you, Mr. President. I just have a quick question about yard trash, and we've had some discussion about this, especially in parts of District 3 and District 4 where we have the bayou as a concern. But I have some constituents that remain very frustrated with yard trash being in the road and not being bagged. And we talked about the effort of bagging yard trash as opposed to not. If there's an awareness campaign or I mean, what would your recommendation be on that, just in those particular areas?
Well, Pensacola traditionally has not bagged, and we've tried it before. We tried in the past. There was a pilot program that was pretty much an utter failure to have bagging. I'm not saying it won't work, but I think that city residents have, for the most part, appreciate that they don't have to bag all the leaves and stuff. The downside is we don't want them to put it in the gutter. They need to put it on their property, at least get it out of the street, and we will send code enforcement on any mission to inform those customers anytime they put it in the road. Now, the bad part about that in the code enforcement realm is to have a violation and have it sit there, we would have to not collect it, and we don't want to leave it out there. There may be other alternatives, and I'll talk to Mr. Weineke about it, because we could issue a citation, civil citation, but we don't want to do it the first time we go out. If we have repeatedly warned the person about putting it in the street, we can go that route.
Yeah, I'm not going the avenue of citations. I mean, I think I'm guilty of it as well, the large limbs and everything, and our neighbors share a pile and that sort of thing. So I'm talking about some sort of retraining opportunity to first get it out of the gutters maybe, but while you're spending the funds on that, maybe try to encourage folks to try the bagging of the debris, because that area around the bayou in particular has a I don't know, it's a more condensed street sweeping schedule than the rest of the city because of the bayou. So it might be a good place for a pilot program.
Okay, well, we'll work on that. At least work on the noticing and getting some information out to customers about the option of bagging and what it does to the environment.
Yeah, I just thought since we send the mayor's cleanup out, that it could maybe be part of that, just an announcement on the bottom, a reminder.
We'll work on trying to develop something that will get something out to the public on a regular basis,
you.
maybe.
Thank you.
Okay.
I know you probably can't do anything about this, but one of the things that I find so frustrating is when people mow their grass, a lot of them mow it so that the grass goes out in the street. Why did they do that? I mean, I don't understand it, because you could mow in just the opposite direction and your grass will stay on your grass. So, I mean, and it's a lot of grass, because I see this all the time. Is there anything we can do about that, or probably nothing? I mean, you could.
Well, again, you know, we can have somebody go there if it's being done at the time and we get the call. We can have somebody go talk to them. I think people they don't think sometimes of what they're doing. I don't think that most people don't intentionally do it. They just are not taking the time to think about the impact of it. So maybe just a visit, you know, you need to blow that back up in your property now that you've done that.
Okay, thank you.
Dr. Pratt.
Thank you, Mr. President. I got a call from a citizen recently who, elderly woman who had a
Water heater.
water heater, yep. And, yeah, that's right, I told her that you might know, I don't know, it was interesting. But she had a valid point, you know, she is gonna have to wait until the mayor's cleanup day or pay to have it picked up. And I guess, and I know ECUA picks those up for free without a scheduled thing. And I'm wondering, in some sense, what the return on the investment of the mayor's cleanup is versus the inconvenience for citizens who have a dead water heater that they sit around waiting for or have to pay to get picked up. And I'd just be curious what the cost of the two options might be for us.
It's close to a wash. You know, if we were to take and not charge people, at least when they called,
right, for
our $15 normal $15 scheduled pickup versus the amount of money that we spend on the neighborhood cleanups, it's near a wash. I think that we have wanted to emphasize the neighborhood cleanups to bring a focus on neighborhoods working together to make it better. You know, we get about, I think tops now, about 75,000 in bulk waste pickup annually. Well, probably 60% of that is on non-scheduled pickup.
Right.
So there could be a possibility of relieving the charges on scheduled pickup, and it wouldn't hurt us too bad. We've thought about that, and I don't think the impact would be that great. If council would want to go in that direction, we can certainly do it.
Okay, and I'd be curious for us to look at some of those numbers. But and I had one other question is on the recycling. One of the things I've wanted us to do for a long time is have recycling in our parks, particularly like festival parks or things like that. And I know at Maritime Park we have the 2 trash cans. Are we picking that up? Is it the city that's being who picks up that or that trash out there? Do you know?
Maritime Park is a CMPA contracted for that. I think Parks and Rec is doing it outside the stadium, inside the stadium. The Wahoo's contracted with someone. They didn't contract with us. It's probably who's doing their normal commercial collection. And as far as the event recycling, we work with Clean and Green and supply them with the stands and supply them with a place to get rid of the recycled material.
Okay.
So we're working closely with Clean and Green for that part of the equation.
And I'll just point out that on the Maritime Park, I'm really curious to see what the recycling participation is on that, because the 2 cans have identical lids. So if you're not thinking or reading when you go to throw out your trash, there's no natural, and at nighttime you can't read it. And so it would be nice.
Talk to our Maritime Park Board members. Oh, yeah, never mind.
Well, I spoke to Ed Spears about it. He said he didn't pick those lids, so somehow they appeared from the sky. But, you know, if we had ones with little round holes, that would convey the right message. And that's just something we ought to think about for future parks.
Yeah, and I think if we were to subsidize our sanitation services at the rate of $2.5 million a year like ECUA does, we could provide those free unscheduled pickups. Mr. Johnson.
Yeah, thank you very much, and I'll make mine very quick. Yeah, I like the idea of education, and I like the idea of putting some kind of flyer or something in the bills that we send out. We're already paying for the postage on those, and if we could make District 3 and District 4 residents aware of the issue, I think that, you know, education is important, obviously, and I think if we can educate these folks and let them know what they put in the street ends up in our storm drains and then in our bayou, I think that that's a really good way to maybe try to solve some of the problem. Have we ever done that? I think I remember seeing something in a bill before.
Not since I've been here. We haven't addressed actual, you know, yard trash on the curb. I remember seeing a brochure that at some point did go out, but we haven't resurfaced that. It's got some old information in it.
Yeah, that might be one way just to educate the public. And then the other thing that I really enjoy while we're talking about storm drains, you know, I go to other cities in the country and I see the little, they're like a button on top of storm drains where it says whatever you put in the storm drains end up in your waterway. And, you know, I'd love to see Pensacola implement something like that too on our storm drains. I think I've seen some of those in Pensacola, but not much. But that'd be a cool thing to have, and I think a helpful thing also.
And if I may, Mr. President, having lived in Southern California for a while in my youth, even having something that's spray painted that, you know, has a duck on it that says I live downstream, you know, every storm drain in the Carlsbad, California area had that on it. And at first time I saw it, I'm like, well, that's kind of odd. But that was part of the education process, because then I figured it out. You know, it was a little more dense back then. But eventually put two and two together, and the whole process is that, yeah, you put something, you know, something that goes down the drain is going to affect wildlife. And so, you know, that's probably even a cheaper solution than having the buttons, but we can certainly take a look at those kinds of things.
Yeah, I just like I said, education, you know, if you let some of these people know, because I think it'd be helpful, and I think if they keep seeing that, and it just keep be reminding them, you know, I've seen people actually put things in the storm drain, and I'm like, you know, that's going to end up in Bayou de Har, and I would appreciate any effort in either of those regard. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Moore. Mr. Reynolds, I believe Ms. Morris is up next.
That's correct, sir. You had requested that we have an update on the proposed amendment to the Land Development Code, which was part of that discussion where we ultimately made the 90-day decision. So we're going to give you a real quick update on where we stand with that, just so you know that we're kind of checking in to make sure that you know what we're doing.
Thank you, Mr. Reynolds, Mr. Council President, members of the committee. I don't have a presentation. I just wanted to give you a brief update as to the timeline for where we're going to be going forward. This issue has, you know, recently, as you're all aware, become more of a hot-button topic, but it's something staff had already been in the process of researching for many months prior. Planning Board has had this as a discussion item on their agenda for the last couple of months as well. We've gotten input from the Downtown Improvement Board and will continue to do so. Planning Board also conducted a workshop in late June, I believe, dedicated solely to the topic of license to use the right-of-way, the approval process, and standards for outdoor seating, among other things in the right-of-way, because clearly outdoor seating has just been more recently a topic of interest, but we also issue these license agreements for residential driveways, for balconies, things of that nature as well. Right now, the intent is to take it forward, a proposed draft amendment to the Planning Board at their September meeting. There will be opportunity for input from other groups prior to that discussion going to Planning Board, and at that time, I hope that they will either make a recommendation to Council that we will bring forward immediately thereafter, or if they have significant revisions that they would like to see prior to making a recommendation, we'll incorporate those and bring it back to them as soon as possible to get it before you. So we're looking at early to mid-fall. We should have a proposed amendment with a planning board recommendation before you so we can resolve the issue. And as I said, it will, I think some of the more specific standards will pertain to outdoor seating, but there will be amendments to other types of licensed use agreements as well.
Thank you. Does that do it, guys? Thank you, Ms. Morris. Okay, the items that were approved unanimously in the Committee of the Whole were items 2 through 10, and then item 12 on the cemetery upkeep. Is there a motion? Put them on the consent agenda.
I'll make that motion.
Second.
Motion and a second. All in favor? Aye.
Aye.
All opposed? That passes unanimously. Okay, then we've got, anything you want to do with these information items, Mr. Reynolds? Okay.
No, sir.
Just make a remark. I noticed about one information item is the 9th Avenue Creighton deal.
Yes.
And
Mr. President.
coming up Wednesday, we have a meeting. And sometime back, I had asked Mr. Gaza if there was anything on the agenda that we need to be aware of that there was concerns about. I think our process is very lax as it relates to input to what's going on with that body. That's a very important body, and it appears to me that maybe beforehand that we ought to be able to get together those who are on it, because I think it's 6 of us.
Five.
There's 5 of us on this thing. And obviously, the county commissioners do get together, and they know where they're coming from, and it appears, I know I do, I just follow the lead of what's going on, not knowing how it's going to affect the city. So I'm just throwing this out for a possibility where you might want to talk about it, because some of the items that they have are very important projections in terms of transportation needs of the city and the county. And we have 5 votes on this thing. And we really need to, in my opinion, need to be more knowledgeable of what's actually happening there instead of just following the lead.
Mr. President?
Thank you, Mr. Vice President. I absolutely agree. And if this body and the 5 members of this body that want to do that, we will staff that. We will absolutely make sure that that you have the information you need. I couldn't agree more. I've had similar concerns, frankly, as I've looked at this, and things just kind of swim by without much input from this body, which I think is critical. And so, if that's what you would like, we will move forward with that. Absolutely.
Yeah, you see, they're coming for, the new bridge, all these things are projected.
Yes, sir.
The landfall, we really need to be on top of that.
Yeah, essentially all we've been doing at this point, at least since I've been here, which all of my year, is simply providing the information item on what happens in the briefs that we get from the different organizations. But there really isn't a coherent position that comes out of this body, and that's unfortunate.
Thank you. Okay. Ms. Myers.
Yes, I think that's a good idea, because, I just go with whatever I happen to feel is good. Usually it's what the county calls me and says, somebody says, I'd like for you to support this or that. But I would like not to be on the TPO. In fact, I think I'm an alternate, because it actually interferes with my ability to get things done, because a lot of the county is in my district, and I have to be able to talk to county commissioners about, things that impact my district. And it's hard to do that when you're serving on the TPO with them because of the sunshine. And now that I'm on the Community Maritime Park Board of Trustees, I really don't have the time to do it. However, I will let you know this, that before I joined, you appointed me as an alternate to the TPO, I work for the Center for Independent Living, and I serve on the Bicycle Pedestrian Committee for the Center for Independent Living. And that's a very important committee, so I would still be having input, granted, for the organization I work for. But I do think it's important that the members of the TPO who represent the city speak as one voice, rather than, you know, just us giving our individual. It may not be what the city council wants or what the mayor's office wants, and I don't know that because I can't talk to anybody. So I think it's a very good idea that we do that for these TPO meetings. And thanks for bringing that up.
Sam, you haven't forgotten me, have you?
I'm sorry.
Let him go ahead. That's fine.
Can I go now? I want to go on record. One of the items, informational items, is possible closure of Tippin Avenue, and I want to go on public record as opposing that. It serves as one of the main east-west arteries through my district, in addition to Creighton Road and Summit Boulevard. And if that road is closed, you're talking about the main artery for people bringing their children to Workman Middle School and Washington High School, and diverting that traffic all the way up to 9th Avenue to McAllister, then down through McAllister, back down to Langley and over. And I have grave concerns in case of an emergency such as a hurricane for evacuation and the additional travel for folks going all the way up there. So I want to go on record as opposing that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Mr. President, if I may, Dr. Rue, you said Tippin, it's actually Langley?
Right.
Tippin and Langley.
Okay, yeah.
The crazy intersection.
Yeah, it's a
Insane.
I will want to first agree that I think that it would be nice for us on the TPO to get a little bit more briefing about the issues. I go in there and I realize the counties really pay attention to that money because they're using it to do all of their road projects, and we could be more formidable if we had some more thought on that. That might be something for our new Complete Streets Committee to talk about. I was aiming to talk about the same thing Dr. Wu just talked about, that I think that the plan to divert the traffic from Langley up McAllister is a disservice to the citizens in the city. I think, you know, to some extent, I said this to someone in the audience, but truth is I represent city people, and at this point, you know, this plan is an inconvenience to city residents and a convenience to county residents. And I don't see why we as city people should support something that basically makes it easier for people to cruise on down from way out in the county to come into work. You know, we would prefer to make life better for those who live here, and so I think that the proposal is a detriment to the citizens of Pensacola. Thank you.
Okay, Ms. Gibson.
Oh, no, I have something else.
I'm sorry, I did.
It wasn't on this, it's something else.
Okay. I support any way that you folks can establish a forum, whether it be a committee or if it's an extension of the Complete Streets, because there are a lot of transportation issues, and as we look at the economic development issues that we as a community have to come to terms with, the transportation is one of those driving factors. There's a meeting on August 16th of the mayors from New Orleans all the way to Jacksonville who are trying to get together to figure out how to reestablish passenger train service. I wrote the city asking if we would be participating. I got a call this morning saying that we would not. Whether that was because they were not invited or the mayor has chosen not to, I don't know, but it would be nice if we exercise our regionalism that we keep speaking of by sitting at the table with the people, you know, in the region when they're discussing it. So I'm disappointed that the mayor is not currently on schedule to be at that meeting, and maybe if there were a committee that were in place, someone could have been appointed, you know, to replace it. And again, that's on the 16th. I sent the mayor a copy of the letter that I saw that, you know, was inviting other mayors to be there. And I believe passenger train service is one of those economic development wheels that we could use for particularly our heritage tourism. Mr. Altier has pushed it. I mean, every meeting I've been at about how we build our community activities says that's one of the things that we could get into place to be able to tie in to some of the groups that we're missing. So please, as you're looking at these things, think beyond just is it making you more comfortable at the meeting, but how do we get at the table when the decisions are being made? Because we're out of the conversation most of the time these days. Thank you.
Was anyone else wanting to talk about that? Because I have other things. No? Okay. This is a letter from July 10th, 2012 from Ms. Hobbs from the Environmental Advisory Board. And I think she sent it to everyone, but she was making requests of council to freshen up or rewrite some of our policies or the rules and procedures, and then part of the ordinance as well. And I think council has a copy of this that was sent, and I would like to request that this be reviewed by staff and prepared for our next city council meeting to take action on.
Okay. So is that a motion then?
Yes.
In a second. Discussion? Ms. Myers?
Yes, well, I attend all of the EAB meetings, most of them. And I don't know when that was sent out, but they've been working on that, and I think what would be better is if we just scheduled a time when they can come before council and basically give us an update on how their proposals to make the EAB more effective and some of the issues they've been working on. That's what I would like to see, is just, I think it's time that we hear from them now, because they have been meeting now, I guess about 4 months now since they finally got organized, and they've had a lot of discussion about changes that they would like to see in the ordinance, and they may have something final now, I don't know, but if council is willing, I would like to have an agenda item for them to update us on their progress, and that can be included.
I'll restate my motion that we still have this reviewed, the proposal reviewed by city staff, request that that be done, and that the EAB come as well. And in that preparation, I'm sure they'll talk with the chair again to confirm.
I don't know that the EAB committee has approved that. Do you know?
Well, it was an official letter from her as the chair. Yeah, she's presenting it as the chairperson of the EAB.
All right. Okay.
So it's a starting point. It's not written in stone. They can certainly amend and add to it.
Okay.
Mr. Evans?
Do you have a copy?
I think Councilwoman Myers might be right as it relates to the involvement of the EAB. I had the opportunity to speak to some Russian individuals today, and their itinerary and topic and objectives were to find out about environmental issues. And so I solicited help from one of the members of the EAB advisory board. I forget the young lady's name. She's an engineer on our EAB, and she did an excellent job in explaining the efforts that we're trying to accomplish here in this city. She carried on in terms of identifying issues that we encountered with this spill, and I think the delegation were very impressed with the presentation that we made today. In talking with her, she said the very thing that said she was delighted that the council and staff were allowing them to pursue items that they felt were necessary, and so that might be indicative of what they have sent forth here and some of the things that they see that they would like to pursue. So it appears that not like the past where we were pro-nemo, it appears that they are very motivated to do what's right, and I'm glad. So I just wanted to point that out, that I did have an encounter with one of the members today.
Okay, we have motion second.
So could you restate the motion?
that we invite the EAB to discuss their proposed changes, and in the meantime, request that staff review those proposed changes as well, and have it on our agenda for the next CAL meeting.
Okay, I'll second that motion.
It's already seconded. Yep.
We've got 2 seconds on it, yes.
Oh, I'm sorry.
I'm just reviewing it. The only issue I would have is being a legal review. I don't see any other issues in that, so I think it could be relatively quickly.
Okay.
All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That passes unanimously. Yes, ma'am.
And my other request, and I think everyone got a copy of the Montage Homeowners Association petition, and I asked Ms. Burnett, because these are normally received on Thursday, I thought, but they have worked quite hard petitioning that their neighborhood be paved, and it's requesting the city to repave, and this is a decision of the mayor and the Public Works Department, so I'd like to ensure that this is forwarded to the mayor for his consideration on this matter. So it's not a motion, it's just ensuring that that is actually being done. You have a copy?
I do.
Okay.
And if I can, Mr. President, earlier tonight when I first saw this, we're trying to determine what the rating of the streets are.
Right.
As everyone understands, we actually grade the streets, and so if it's a level, I don't know, 4 or 5?
Those notes are 5.
If it's a level 5, then it's at the top of the bad list, and then it'll be addressed. I think it's incredibly important that we stick to that rating system where, it's not an arbitrary, we like these neighbors, we don't like these neighbors type of a deal, but where we actually are rating it, and then those that are most in need of repair are repaired. We will get what the rating is on this particular road and get that out to you tomorrow.
And I'm not asking for a change. I want the process to be followed, obviously, but I wanted to ensure that the mayor's office would be doing that and not have council deliberate, because that grading process is very important.
Is that, Lee, help me out with this, is that the neighborhood that had opted to maintain their own streets and then came to us about 2 years ago when they decided they couldn't do that anymore and then asked for,
It sounds familiar, Councilman.
is it all Spanish Trail?
Yes, sir.
Okay,
It's
yeah.
South Langley.
Yeah, I think that's the neighborhood.
That was a portion of the very eastern end there, Spanish Heights or something like that. I know I recall being private.
We'll get all that history for everybody tomorrow, and that way you understand what the deal is with it, and we'll go from there.
Okay, and then my last request, I was out of town, but received a call while I was in Virginia, and then some emails as well about the car break-ins at Roger Scott, and I'm very concerned about that because one young lady has had her identity stolen as a result of that, and I know the police have been working very hard on it, but I'd like to know what actions have been taken to ensure their safety. It wasn't unlocked cars, they were actually locked and windows smashed. So I don't know what, I don't know if it was in the newspaper or what while I was gone, but would like to know. I know that I think Chief Simmons is actually gone, but if someone could address that, what's being done at this point.
It's in the newspaper.
And I will get an update on that to everybody as well.
Mr. Johnson.
Thank you very much. And following up on Councilwoman DeWeese, I actually sent the mayor a note, an email last Thursday, asking that we hear from him or his staff about what his plans are as dealing with this violent crimes problem that we have in our community and crimes we have in the community. I've been contacted by many constituents and citizens who have real concerns, and I was wondering, are we going to have an update at the mayor's report? I know I did request that. This could also follow along with Councilwoman DeWeese's request. Could we do that possibly Thursday night and let the citizens know what we're doing about crime?
Sure, absolutely, Councilman Johnson, and there are two things, including if you'll read P&J Online, just came on about a couple hours ago. It'll talk to you about the new task force that was just been instituted between the county, the city, state and federal agencies to deal with this in regards to the gun problem that we have. But even more importantly, just 2 weeks ago we had the announcement that the police department is essentially taking all their desk people and putting them in uniform and on the streets, but we can have both those issues as well as Councilwoman DeWeese's concerns addressed by Chief Simmons and the part of the mayor's report on Thursday. Absolutely.
Yeah, thank you very much. And then a couple other things, Mr. President, if I can indulge you, please, sir. The other thing is, I was wondering if I could request a city-county joint meeting, and I'd like to, I think it's appropriate that we get some kind of update from the county on where we stand on the Restore Act funds. I've requested from the mayor recently that I be tasked with maybe leading that effort for this city council, and I have yet to hear word from that. So I was wondering if it's possible, Mr. President, if we could request a joint city-county meeting to kind of figure out where they're going so we can get some information that we can share with the public. I don't want this to fall through the cracks. Again, I would rather be proactive than reactive. And I think that we really need to understand kind of where we're at as a county and a city on these Restore Act funds. So I would like to make a motion that we schedule a city-county meeting, and the main thing on the agenda would be to discuss Restore Acts and how we can work together for worthy projects in our community and just get an update.
I was just going to second that motion.
Okay. But before we get into discussing that, though, what I'd like to ask you to do is maybe modify your motion and have it be the chair of the county commission and the administrator come over here rather than having the big room.
Chair.
You know.
Well, I think that might work, but, I'd like to invite all of them. I mean, I think it'd be a worthwhile thing that they all hear from this city council, that we have a good working relationship and understand that there's needs that the citizens of the city of Pensacola have, and they'd like to hear it. I mean, any information that we can share with our citizens, they're more informed, and I think that I think we should invite all of them. But if you feel real strongly about that, then I can amend that motion. But I'd like to invite the county administrator, the chair of the county commission.
I think we could invite them, and we could invite the members of the TPO, and we could invite members of ECUA, and all of them can come, but I just know that when we've tried to schedule these meetings before, it's very difficult, sometimes just even get the 9 of us together, and then you start adding 5 more people, plus because they always bring their attorney with them, and they always bring the administrator with them, and it's very, very difficult, so we can invite them all. But the main request, I think, ought to go to the chair of the county commission and to the administrator.
My motion was to invite the entire county commission. And if I really would rather it be the whole county commission, but Mr. President, if you feel that strongly about it.
I don't. I was just trying to actually make it easier, to get the meeting scheduled. But I stand by your motion, sir.
Okay, the motion has been made, and I'll listen to hear the rest of the council, but I don't want to relinquish the floor because I've got a couple other things I'd like to talk about. Thank you.
I was just going to add that it would be nice, in the spirit of that motion, that it could be broader as well. It could be Restore and any other, we've had city-county joint meetings. If there are other items that they would like to have or other council items, if we could just possibly start scheduling a meeting and then leave that. I thought that might be a good option to make a more productive meeting.
Yeah, that's fine with me. I mean, and I think it'd be great to have ECUA here and whoever else.
Don't need to have them,
She didn't say that.
Oh, okay,
just
but
within the county and
yeah,
city issues.
That's fine. Thank you.
Okay.
I would like to keep the joint meeting simple on this one issue, because I think this issue is so important, and I think it's important to have the other commissioners here, Mr. Oliver here, and so I fully support the motion and inviting all of the county commissioners and Mr. Oliver to attend.
Okay. Let's start with Mr. Gerald, Dr. Wu, Mr. Spencer.
Well, I recall the last joint meeting.
I know you do.
That was a waste of time.
It was.
It was a complete waste of time.
It was.
In the absence of an agenda and realizing, of course, that neither of the bodies will be in session to make decisions, concrete decisions. And as Councilmember Myers has pointed out, the issue that Mr. Johnson raised in the first place would give us an opportunity to discuss the boundaries and the plan for the use of those dollars. Anything else unless it's something that we do differently or something that we do jointly, or if we're looking for an opportunity to reduce our expenses in certain areas, maybe that issue and what's going on, as Mr. Reynolds has already explained, with regard to law enforcement. I don't want to sit in another meeting with half the county commission running out because of obligations elsewhere. And we played a little game for about 2 hours. We got absolutely nothing. So 1 or 2 agenda items that we can openly discuss, share our ideas and concerns. It's got to be productive. Otherwise, if we do what we did the last time, we're going to look pretty silly. So let's develop an agenda as to what we want to talk about. And I don't like people coming in and saying they have to go at, we started at 10, I have to go at 11. And then they started running for the door. So that meant it was totally unproductive and a waste of time. So if we're going to do that, let's make it a productive session so that each agency gets something out of it, if nothing more than an understanding of our roles. Thank you.
Thank you. Dr. Wu.
First of all, I think Councilman Johnson has an excellent idea. My only observation couples with what Councilman Gerald's just said. I don't know at this stage if the county has enough information to share with us. And I believe that the meeting is important. I believe we need to have it. But I believe we need to have it at the time when they have information to share with us. Because if we have it too early, then we're going to get in a situation that Councilman Gerald's pointed out. We're all going to be there, but we really won't know what we're, get done. So that is my only observation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Okay, thank you. I know that I've been to 4, maybe 5 joint meetings, and none of them so far have produced one thing. And Mr. Spencer.
I appreciate the voice of experience and want to respect those of you that have participated in what you feel have been unproductive. I did attend my first and only joint meeting shortly after we were sworn in. However, I believe this incident, this application of funds and the responsibility that is associated with how those funds will be distributed is so unique that it merits all of us sort of pardoning those that we may feel were contributed to the sins of the past, that in some way didn't make the meetings as productive. I know I sound naive when I say this, but I think it's important that I think it's very important that the invitation be formally extended, that I support Mr. Johnson's motion that it be done so extended to all of the commissioners. They will be the ones that will be the decision makers. And I suggest that we allow that invitation we incorporate the flexibility in our invitation regarding the location. Perhaps it is received better if we are certainly suggesting that we will come to their facilities for a meeting. That this has nothing to do with turf. This has everything to do with the community. And I think once it's established, I personally, it gives me the incentive to do some homework before that meeting so that I can help speak on behalf, as a representative of the city, and speak about some of the decision-making criteria. Some have described it as how are we going to objectively grade all of the needs that will be articulated from various sectors in the community that will see this as a very important one-time opportunity to perhaps elevate some of the infrastructure and the socioeconomic disparity, so many things that this will address and will awaken many citizens that otherwise are not active in these public meetings. So I'm in favor of having the meeting because I think it will help us all begin the most important establishment of a baseline of decision-making. Number two, Councilman Johnson, I think, gives us an opportunity to formalize our presence in the decision-making process sooner versus later. And again, I suggest that we do not at all insist that the meeting occur here within this building at all. But
I think one reason we've always held it over here is because we've got the meeting room space. You know, I think it's difficult for us to get together in their environment without it being in the Board of County Commissioners chambers, you know. And
which they have. I mean, they're new, relatively new building.
Yeah.
That's just a thought. I mean, I think they're kind of the ones that have their hands on the cookie jar lid.
Right. Ms. Dubuisson.
I do wish there were not so many things that I'm the only person remaining here to speak about, but I would highly encourage you to get this dialogue, and the sooner the better. There is a decision that the county commissioners will be making whereby they either have 3 county commissioners and 2 city council people, which is what was proposed and what the other counties have adopted, or they will be selecting 3 county commissioners and 1 council person with themselves appointing the other members. I think that you folks need to weigh in very strongly that being the most impacted city and the largest city, which were the 2 determinants for council people being on the committee that was set up, you know, we figure in both of those. And we do need to have more input at the lower level of the county because we were the more greatly impacted area than just to have one of you if we are really, by everyone else's standards, supposed to be having 2 of the metropolitan, you know, groups there. And I would suggest that Ms. DeWeese attended the early on restoring. I know she stayed on top of things with Mr. Robinson, and I believe that Mr. Johnson, with his involvement with the Keepers Group, whichever one they are, both have stayed very much on top of it, but the rest of you need to be boning up because there are so many little nuances that can be brought into that initial pack that they put together of how it's going to be, that it could be a moot point before you even are brought into the conversation. If they say, we are going to preserve the right for the county commissioners to do this, and if those standards are brought in at the early level rather than later on, you could lose any input. So please look at how quickly you could get yourselves up to speed and have an intelligent conversation. I'm not suggesting that you sit here and everyone say, I want this project or that project. That's way down the line. We don't even know if the monies are going to come for a year and a half, depending on if they go after an appeal or not. But if they institute the entity of who the Restore Committee is going to be in the next couple of months, which is what they have been articulating at their meetings, you'll be left here just waiting for them to tell you what they're going to let you have. So please look at that.
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. President, and thank you, Ms. Dubuisson. I appreciate your confidence in me, but I was thinking if there is 2 appointees, I think the council needs to start thinking about who that will be appointed, and I can't think of 2 more qualified and worthy council persons than Councilwoman DeWeese and Councilman Spencer. I'm still serving on the CMPA and involved in those negotiations, and I will talk about that a little bit later. But if we do have 2 spots, I would definitely support Councilwoman DeWeese and Councilman Spencer to fill those 2 spots. And may I also suggest also that we possibly would invite the mayor too. I don't know how the rest of the council feels about that, but extend that olive branch. Maybe did I read that in some? Extend the olive branch today to include him in those in that meeting, and I think it'd be fine to have him and maybe productive. But I was going to suggest Councilman Spencer and Councilwoman DeWeese to sit on that task. What committee? Thank you.
Okay. Yes, ma'am.
Well, that's not the issue that's before us right now. The issue before us on the motion is to have the joint meeting, And so I'd like to go ahead and call the question on that and then bring up another matter relating to it after the vote. I'd like to call the question on that.
Second.
There's a motion and a second in debate. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That passes unanimously. The question is not debatable anymore. The motion is that we invite all members of the county commission to join the city council in a joint meeting to discuss Restore Act funds, and it's limited to that one topic only. And so...
Location to be determined.
And location to be determined. And I will ask the mayor's staff to assist me in drafting the letter, and I'll sign it on behalf of the city council. And if that's accepted, yes, sir.
Should we...
Do you want to all sign it?
I'm just wondering if we should have any time frame included in that invitation, or something that indicates we look forward to your prompt response. I do think there should be some reference to time.
Pick a date.
2 weeks, within 2 weeks.
When does the county commission meet again? Maybe they can discuss it at their next meeting, and then...
I don't keep up with their schedule.
2 weeks, fine, whatever's appropriate, but
Yeah.
soon.
Yeah.
We need to raise our hands soon and say...
Okay, all in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? That passes unanimously.
And then I haven't relinquished...
Mr. Johnson still has.
I apologize, let me just finish, and then the other thing that I would like, I just sent the email to Erica, if she could share it with the rest of council, was the issue that I'm getting request on the Blue Law. The Broken Egg restaurant has contacted me about us considering amending our ordinance for liquor sales, and I talked to Mr. Messer about that a little bit today. If we could have that discussion, we have restaurants that would like to serve Bloody Marys on Sunday mornings. I don't have a strong opinion against that. They're saying it actually hurts their business not to, and I think if we can limit this to restaurants only, I use the term full-service restaurants with Mr. Messer, and he didn't like that, didn't think that might be appropriate. But, just restaurants only, and there's only a few of them in the city of Pensacola, if they were allowed to serve, and this gentleman at the Broken Egg said there were some ladies that would like that, Bloody Marys on Sunday mornings, which I don't drink Bloody Marys, but I think if we could have that discussion maybe at the next council meeting. I did tell this gentleman that I would look into that, and he's saying it's hurting his business. So if we could get that on the agenda next time, I'd appreciate it. And then the last thing, and I'll close up on that, is the student negotiations. We'll have a meeting here at 9 o'clock in the morning here in this very room. I've got a cot in the back that I'll be getting into just here in a few minutes so that I can be ready for the meeting at 9 o'clock. But I did want to invite everyone to come tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, and hopefully we can get this a little bit further down the road. We are very, very close, and I think it's a very good deal for the city of Pensacola and the Studer Group and our park. So all are welcome at 9 a.m. Right in the same room. Thank you.
I'll second that.
Okay, he made the motion, she seconded. All in favor?
Aye.
All opposed? Passes unanimously.
Will you share that email with everyone the last one I got, please, ma'am, from the Broken Egg folks, the proprietor there?
Mr. Johnson, does that take care of you?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. Ms. Myers?
I was just wanting to know, who's going to, are you going to be getting the joint meeting organized, or is that going to be Mr. Johnson?
Well, actually, I'm going to rely on the mayor's staff, probably Ms. Major, to do that. And I can either just sign the letter myself, and that would expedite it going out, but it's probably going to be done mostly by email and phone call. I just wanted it to have it formalized.
Okay.
But if all of you want to sign it, we could do that in just...
I don't think that,
Okay.
I think your signature on there is fine.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we'll have Ms. Major draft that and put on a time frame as soon as their schedules will allow, at least to start that conversation to tag a date.
Mr. Spencer, before you took seat on this council, you told me one of the things you wanted to see was fast, efficient meetings. It's 7:20.
I just want to add something
Okay.
to an agenda. This is my only chance.
Okay, go ahead.
I suggest that, Mr. President, that you coordinate, perhaps with Mr. Reynolds, an upcoming maybe presentation by Marcy Whitaker. I felt like during budget meetings, one item that seemed to receive consensus from all of us was that we want to see how we as a city council can partner with Habitat for Humanity in a way that helps them provide a different form of architecture that may be more suitable and conform with the various neighborhoods. That budget presentation certainly provided many opportunities for detours. That was one of the unexpected detours we all moved together with. And I suggest then that Mr. Reynolds could work with Marcy, I think speaking with other Habitat directors throughout the country, and then come to us with enough information where we feel that we as a council are now more informed and can be incentivized and empowered to then discuss.
So the motion then would be to direct the mayor's staff to schedule Marcy Whitaker for a presentation, or do you want this as a separate meeting or like at the committee of the whole?
No, just on the agenda?
Just on the agenda,
Okay.
as an agenda item.
As an agenda item, okay.
Right, and then in the sunshine, we're able to ask questions, we get more information, and I hope that will then lead to further action.
Okay, so that's the motion.
Second.
Second, discussion, all in favor?
Okay.
Aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Seeing no other business for adjournment.